Hello, I'm Eagle, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 741. Holy shit. Hopefully, you guys have had a great evening. I know I have. Sorry about that. Got a great guest for us this evening. You should know this man from chat at least, or the shout outs list. I've been shouting that name out for quite some time. Mr. Scrog, Captain Scrog. How you
Yes, sir.
doing, my friend?
I
Do
am doing.
you want to tell us how you're doing and where we can find you?
I'm doing good. You can find me on Instagram. I don't really post much, but I'm there. I'm paying attention. Um, just a little too busy to be always taking pictures of the garden and posting it. But I do need to get going on that because I got some cool stuff to show and yada yada. So yep, that's where you can find me.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming and hanging out tonight. What you got to smoke on while we talk this evening?
Right now, I'm smoking on just some greenhouse stuff that I got at dispensary. It's pretty good. Some indica, it's purple punch. But then I have this. I got some Jack's Cleaner too that I back. No, not back crossed. I brother sister crossed, and then that brings out all the everything that's in it. It's gonna bring out everything, mutants. You know what I mean? It's gonna line all the genetics. Then I chose my favorites out of that, and I just been crossing that back. So basically, when you back cross, you want to clone what you have. So I've been just working on that for about maybe 3-4 years now, and I'm really digging it. It's really flavorful.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
So, are you a bong smoker or do you prefer your joints? What's your ingested method?
Usually, I'm hitting the bong at home, do a couple bong rips, head out the door. But I'm a whatever. It don't matter. You know what I mean? Just go with the moment. It don't matter. But yeah, usually I prefer a bong rip or a nice little, like when I'm at work. I was hitting the vape pen, but I don't know that I felt like that was really messing up my lungs. So then I'll just sneak away and do a little bong toke or a little pipe toke, and then come back and get back to work. But when I'm at home, yeah, I'm hitting the bong. Yes, sir.
Nice. Yeah, and they're for me the bong's a super heady buzz to
Yeah.
where I don't know the joint's a fine mix, I guess.
Yeah. So usually I'll smoke a joint, but my thing is right now I don't have a bunch of weed that I can roll up because it's like, I mean, we're almost to harvest. So I'm still working on my last harvest a little bit. And that's kind of getting a little scarce. Because the way I do it is I grow them indoors till they get about, chest high or yay high, and then I throw them outside. I'm located in Southern California, so you kind of get away with that. It doesn't get, we still have the desert temperatures out here. So you can usually get that running and keep that going until about November. I mean, if you could push that till November, then you're doing pretty good. But sometimes that storm will come in and it just wipes them out. It is what it is at that point.
Right on. We might as well start this off where we usually start this off. Uh, when did cannabis enter your life? When did you see the plant? Or when did you smoke the plant? Whichever came
All right.
first.
This is where it'll get interesting. So it's a long freaking time ago. I mean, my dad used to smoke, and that was back in Prohibition days. And then, so I had to deal with all that crap. And then my parents divorced, and my mom, cannabis is the evilest drug in the world. And my dad smoked, so we kind of tried to keep it hidden. So we kind of always knew. And then I ended up living in Arizona when I was a kid, like out in the sticks. And I remember, man, we had some of that just dirt weed with the seeds. I think I was like 12 years old. And, you crushed up the can and all that. But what brings me to that is, when you're a kid, you have dare officers bringing you all this stuff, showing it to you so you know what it is, so you get curious even more. So yeah, that was the first experience with that. And then man, I say like a couple years went by, you know what I mean? I wasn't like a super stoner back then. We were just trying it out, seeing whatever, probably mainly just smoking stems and seeds, being dumb kids. And then I ended up moving back in with my dad out in California, and that stuff ended. He wasn't going to tolerate that. You know what I mean? You have to finish school and blah, blah, blah. And then, so which brings me into after high school, you know, me and my friends started partying, got cars. And then from there on, it's just been steady. And I'm now 40, so it's been some years. But I always knew, like back in the day, that it was just harmless. It was, I mean, when I was a kid, you know what I mean? Because it seemed my dad, tax-paying American, goes to work every day, and I just always knew it's kind of stupid bullshit. You know, all the prohibition laws. So I just really never cared, and I was always the type growing up here in Southern California. I'm gonna smoke, man. I'm gonna smoke. So I remember being like walking down my neighborhood, just smoking a joint like it was legal. So to me, it's kind of always been legal. You know, I just grew because I wanted to grow, and if I got caught, it was the way it was. You know, I was just gonna deal with it. Plus, buying it costs so much money.
Do you remember what you were smoking on then?
So yeah, back then we smoked a lot of P91 because Poway was right down the way. So, and everybody knows about P91, you know, the elusive P91 that got raided, and supposedly some people have it. And I'm going to just say, I tend to piss off a lot of people. It's fine. I'm going to call bullshit and say nobody's got it. And if they got it, I want to see it. You know what I mean? Because that's pretty much what we had back then. And then we were smoking like a lot of just whatever came around, you know. So it probably could have been, who knows, because names were just names, you know. People would just get a cut and name it whatever. You know, it wasn't until I got older and started looking at things as more of a business aspect that I started learning about seed banks and all that. That was a whole story in itself, that's when it really all took off. And that was probably when I was in my, I'd say mid 30s. Yeah, mid 30s, because I had the kids, and you know what I mean? And I was working construction, framing houses, and just barely getting by. And I think we're all crammed into a little studio apartment. Yeah, it was the studio apartment. We called it the ghetto shack. Even my little kid, we called it the ghetto shack. And I remember I just set up shop in the garage. I was like, screw it, I'm going for it, man. And I started like ripping 2x4s in half and making 2x2s. Started building up walls and just experimenting, flood and drains, yada, yada. And I started thinking, like, I mean, it was getting kind of impressive. Some guys would come over and I had all these different chambers built in a single car garage, you know, and people were just like, holy shit. I even built like this box around the air conditioning that because you know, you have to worry about smell, and that's such a tight area. So all the vents would go from all the lights would go to the air conditioning behind the air conditioning with the box around it, and they'd go to that, and then that would get sucked out through like a chase that I made along the side, and then that would go into a 5-gallon bucket. This is where it just gets weird. So that would go into a 5-gallon bucket with a hole drilled on the side, and I would fill it full of this like cleaning agent called Fabuloso, because that would just stink out the neighborhood. And that's how I did it. And I lived in this little apartment doing it for a while. And then I'm kind of giving like the speed along story. And at any time we can always jump back and go back, because I'll get going down rabbit holes. You'll see. So I was framing on a job one day, and the general contractor had a freaking DNA genetics shirt on. And I'm just the type that's like, oh, I got to say something to him. You know what I mean? So I waited till lunch, and after lunch, we're all walking back to the house, and kind of had like a moment, you know, where it's just him and I, and I'm like, so what do you know about that kosher kush? And then next thing you know, it sparks conversation, and we're talking, and I start showing him pictures of my garage, and I'm thinking like I'm the best. And then he invites me actually over to his place, and it's a warehouse. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like a holy grail. You walk in, and there's just all these rooms. What it was, he took an old church and just divided them into 4 different rooms, 4 different grow rooms. And then he did one big main bedroom. And then while I was there, we started talking about, because he was having problems with spider mites. So I started telling him about how I do spinosad one week, and then the next week I'll do neem oil, and then the next week I'll do back to spinosad, or you know what I mean, move on to the next. Never did the same thing. Long story short, I start working there. Boom, I'm working. I quit construction, and we're going for it. It's working out good. He's like, we're just going to make you a partner, and we're just going to go for it. So we had a cool little run. And then I started taking over like the cutting section of it. And this was down in way down south in San Diego. So I started taking over the cutting section of it and did pretty good. And then I was like, just started wanting to breed. You know what I mean? I just like, okay, clones is a cool niche, but that niche can only go so far. And then that's when I got on YouTube and started looking up how to breed and blah, 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 and came across Subcool. And oh man, this was a while back. This was, you know, after the Subcool TV, you know, back after that. And then I started watching it. There's this one episode, I don't know the number, I couldn't remember the number now, but he was talking about not being an outlaw and starting a legitimate business and getting out of that and blah, blah, blah. YouTube probably deleted it. You know how YouTube is.
It's still there.
Oh, it is.
It is.
Dude, that freaking rung a bell. I'm like, okay, he's right. And then, you know, I watched other videos of his breeding and all that, how he taught breeding and how he explained how skunk one worked, how you had to buy a plethora of seeds. So that's what I started doing. My wife almost divorced me over the whole thing. Because I mean, I was ordering just thousands of dollars of seeds. I'm not even joking. And just popping seeds and not really getting anything I wanted. And then I started moving into the wanting to bring TGA strains into our dispensary, which me and the other grower just butted heads about it. You know what I mean? Because he's like, those are all outdoor strains. I'm like, you haven't even watched one of his videos, so how do you know? Homeboy's just straight indoor. And I wanted to bring that style of growing into it and get away from the just straight, because we were just straight hydro. So we were bumping heads and yada, yada. So where was I going with this? I got lost. See, I mean, I get going down those rabbit holes. So we started bumping heads about that, and I wanted to keep going with the breeding section, and I just kept listening and going off with it, and just started buying TGA seeds now at the point. And then I remember Subcool had that video where he was talking about how the heat determines. Was it the heat? Yeah, the heat determines the male or female. And then, because him and I used to argue a lot. That was kind of our thing. And I understood it, you know what I mean? Because I'm the same way as him. I tell somebody one day, yeah, man, you're an effing idiot, F you. And then the next day I'll go talk to him. You know, it's all good. Don't hold no grudges like that. So him and I got into that battle. So then I went crazy. And this is even on one of the episodes where he talks about it. I went crazy and started running yellow lights for clones and seeds, and blue lights and mixtures and all this different temperature and popping seeds. And I just went nuts. And it just like, the only thing I learned is that with the seeds, it's in the genetics, but yellow lights, actually, my clones were popping earlier with the 2700 Kelvin lights, you know? And then I even did the experiment with the 24. It was pretty fun. But at the end of it, my wife was pretty pissed about the money that was being spent on all the seeds and the experiments. Yeah, it was a good adventure. I remember going up to the High Times Cannabis Cup. Oh man, that was a freaking journey and a half. So I had a grow room that I was building for a guy. He's like, oh yeah, build me this grow room, blah, blah, blah. I want this and that. And of course, you know, when you get in there, they always add a million things. So it was like right at that, I had to finish it that day to get a payout, and then I could go up to the Cannabis Cup because money was tight and I didn't have money. And I had this harvest that I planned in all these jars. And then homeboy, the guy that I was building the grow room for, was like, oh, you're going, I'm going to go with you. And like invited himself. So now I'm like, oh my God, I got this guy. I don't even want going with me. And we drive up there, and as we're coming down into the, I don't know if you've ever been there, but in San Bernardino where they have the High Times Cup up there, we come off the freeway, we get off the light, and some dude just plows right through my car. Just plows into the back of it. And then we pull over and he's like, "Oh my God, are you guys all right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, but you know, the bumper's a little jacked up. It's my wife's car. And, you know, this is going to be great to explain." I wasn't stoned driving, I promise, honey. And anyways, he ends up giving us like a bunch of Chiba chews and then like a bunch of like seeds and stuff. And these were like, he was like claiming like these are from the Swiss and they're the best. I never got to pop them. I ended up accidentally leaving them in my wallet and washing them or something like that. But anyways, the story was great because then when we get into the High Times Cup thing, we're walking around and I run into that guy and he was like, he didn't even know us. You know what I mean? He was like, oh, probably thought I was going to sue him or something. But so my goal when I went up there was to just go to the TGA booth, buy a shitload of strains, go to Cali Connection, buy a shitload of strains. And then we were looking, the dispensary, we were looking for, was it Triple Diablo or Double Diablo? It was like one of the cuttings. It was an OG. I think it was probably just rug burn or something. And that was our goal, was to go up there, find out what the cup was all about. You know what I mean? The promoting and all that, and then get back. But I had this third wheel or second wheel with me that I had to drag around. And then homeboy ended up like falling asleep early. And it was just a complete crapshoot. So when I got to the TGA booth, I was already mad and had to like set the guy down and like, "Stay here, don't go anywhere, I'll be back." You know what I mean? Like a little kid. So I ran over to the booth, dropped like $800. I remember Sub walked up, he dropped his glasses at me, you know, looked at me probably thinking like, oh, okay, somebody's serious. Because I remember I bought a bunch of conspiracy cushions, a bunch of space, was it Space Bomb at the time? Or Space Queen? No, a Space Bomb. Yeah, I bought a bunch of Space Bombs, and then the one keeper that I got was my favorite, Cheesequake. I got a Cheesequake, and I remember I was stoked on that, and then ran over to Cali Connection, kind of did the same thing. But with them, I kind of hassled them more, you know, because I wasn't too sure about their strains. And they don't really advertise like a lot of the other guys do, so you don't get to see it all the time. Spent some money there, and I remember I went to DJ Short's booth, and I was ready to just buy a bunch, but when I saw that price, I was like, "Holy crap! It's like $300 or something like that for a couple seeds." And I've heard some, you know, I don't want to bash him, but I've heard the blueberry's not, you know, I mean, the dream. So I didn't get any of those. And then I remember I ran into Afro Man, smoked a blunt with Afro Man real quick. He's huge, just a big guy. And I'm like, I'm a little skinny guy. So the picture where we're standing together, I look like this little twig next to Afro Man, you know what I mean? But this whole time I'm trying to hurry up and do all this, meet all these people. And then I got to get back to that guy and get him in the car and get him home. Oh man, that was a journey in itself, you know, and you're just tired because you've been hanging or sanding drywall all day and then painting it. And then, you know what I mean? Trying to get the door trim in. Just a show. So yeah, man, that was an interesting one, man. And then, you know, I mean, just kept plugging along, doing my thing there. And then I really started getting into Scrogs. Okay, so that's where the name Captain Scrog came in. Because before that, I went by my normal name. And then I switched over to Captain Scrog. And I never did like any huge, like gnarly big Scrogs. But my favorite one that I did was when we had that place down in Chula, San Diego. Is I made 4 foot by 4 foot tables, but I made the top part so you could slide it into the table, and that was just one big Scrog, but it was all the 1/2 inch real small netting. So I would just run one plant through the whole thing, 2 plants, you know, and keep the plant up in the front so I could water them real easily. You didn't have to fight the plant and get in there and water it, you know what I mean? The cool part about that, when it came to harvest, you just chop the stem and you just pick that table up and we'd hang it. So now when your trimmers came, you didn't have cherry picking. You get that one, you get that one, you get that one. Okay, boom, you get that one, you get that one. Then boom, then they just take them back, put them there. By the time we got those pulled, we'd slide new plants under them. And then, you know, work the whole room down the line, production, boom, that room's flowering, you know what I mean? And then we could keep that nice rotation going. it was really productive doing it that way. I didn't want to get into any big scrogs because I always found that like the way I like to run the small netting to just get every hole would have a bud, you know what I'm saying? So it's like just spreads it out, keeps it like that grandmaster level where it's just like one height. It just was the way to go. The big scrogs were just too much to get in there and water. And if you had a problem, you know, with your hydro or something, now you're crawling under it. I just wasn't into that. So we ran that for a while. And then legalization was coming in California. It's going to end what we called the backpack days here and all that. So we sold the shop. When we paid off all the bills for the shop, it really wasn't much money. And my partner took off to Hawaii, started a nice construction company, and here I am in San Diego still. So that was the end of the shop, and you know, legalization came, and now here we are.
And so we got to back up a little bit though.
Back up.
So basically you skimmed over a lot of stuff, and I want to fucking go back. And so what was actually the one reason why you started growing? Was it actually because the cost of cannabis, or
straight up the cost of cannabis? It wasn't because I wanted to grow and sell it. It wasn't any of that. It was just, okay, here I am, a hardworking guy with a family, and I don't really want to drink all the time. So the price of cannabis is going to put us, we'll never buy a house. We would have been broke forever. You know what I mean? So that was the thing. And it just was fun. I remember setting up, my first one was like fluorescent lights. And that was fun. And I remember I was reading like some old book that Todd McCormick wrote or something, you know what I mean, on it. And it was like I forgot what that book was called, like Beginner's Grow Diary or something. And then I remember on a job, they had a bunch of plywood that was left over. Oh, this was the stupidest thing I ever did. They had a bunch of plywood left over on the job. So I loaded it all up, took it home, and made this huge grow box. But it weighed 1 billion pounds. You know what I mean? So I remember when we moved out of that apartment, I had to dismantle that thing with a Sawzall, you know?
Your story about and taking all the stuff and piping it behind the air conditioner and stuff like that reminded me of, well, every grow, because all my grows have been at home. And me myself, I've always utilized that heat. You know what I mean? I've either, dumped it out the roof during the summer months, or it went down, and right before the cold air return would grab it and throw it into the house, I would tap in right there and just run the heater motor of the house. It basically heated a good portion of the house. You know what I mean? I just filtered it. I had 2 big can filters at the take in the where it drew in, and then it went all the way through the lights and then down and into the heating, and then a nice, stage 10 filter, in the furnace. Every so often you may smell something, but we smoked anyway. So, you know what I mean? It was,
yeah, that's the way to do it, use it up, man.
Be crafty about it. That's what, as growers, carpenters in general, we make things work. We make spaces. Is what we do.
It cracks me up. There hasn't been a job, and I swear to God, there hasn't been a job I've been on where an AC guy doesn't know about growing weed. It's like the AC guys they're either building a room for their buddy or you know what I mean? It's hilarious. It cracks me up because every job I go on, it's always the same thing. It's like, okay, yeah, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not really known as the big grower anymore these days, kind of put that behind me for a while. So I get serious on becoming a contractor, building houses and all that stuff. And now that I'm kind of there, I got my license and I'm, contracting now. It's like, okay, cool. I can get back into the growing. Like I built a room right over here. You know what I mean? I built a flower room and a bedroom. It's just in the framing stage with a little bit of drywall and the flower, but it started, you know, so I can keep that going. So that'll be real fun and exciting.
So how has how do you feel about cannabis? I mean, did it obviously start recreational, and if it is viewed
I,
as medical now, when was the change?
it's definitely medical for me now because I pretty much broke my back, and I'm not going to be all pilled out. You know what I mean? And then eating wise, because it gets hot, man. You know what I mean? Out here in the out kind of, I'm up in the mountains of San Diego. It gets hot, and you're out there working. You don't want to eat at lunch when it's hot. So I always just sit in my truck, maybe burn a little bit, and then boom, you got a nice appetite. Get back up, get to work. You know, there's definitely a medical part because we had the dispensary. I saw it. You know, there was people that their lives were just confined to their room. You know, imagine your life is just all of a sudden it's your freaking bed, dude. And a lot of the things that we found too were because remember this was the beginning of it. You know, we were all just kind of breaking the ice. Nobody knew what was really going on. Some people, the big guys, did, but you look at it on a scale, we were small. You know, we were lucky to pay our monthly bills sometimes. Anyways, what we found was that when people like juice the plant, like let's say they're looking for CBDs, if they juiced the plant and kept that or did some RSO, they kept that in their system for a long time instead of just going, oh, okay, I'll hit it once, you know, and then yeah, it didn't work. It was when they did like longevity, and some of it was strain specific too, you know, on how on who it helped and how it didn't help, and some of them just wanted to have a relaxing ending. You know, there was some people that you'd get attached to, and you know that they're pretty much in hospice and they're not going to be around much longer, so they just wanted a nice relaxing ending. That part was hard. That was the hard part, you know. So then we would start having the ladies do the deliveries. We would stick with the growing because I get kind of emotional and attached to people. So it's like, oh man, I think I should just stick to the growing part and finding the strains that people want.
Sorry about that. Bringing
Oh
you growing does definitely brings you closer to people. That's for sure.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah, it was fun answering their questions and you know all that stuff. There was some people that wanted to grow and some people that just wanted to buy flour, you know, just wanted hash or whatever. But it was fun. But my wife, she wasn't really into it, you know, because she's a pharmacy tech or was. Now we own our own own our own businesses and yada yada. So she really wasn't into it, and that was kind of the push for me to kind of get rid of it too. It was like, okay, we're barely squeaking by. Let's get back into something, you know, a little more stable. And plus, I couldn't be associated with that and be like, yeah, I'm going to build your $1 million home down in San Diego and, you know, find me on YouTube as a grower. You know, they're not going to give me their life savings to build their house, you know. So that's why I had to separate stuff.
well, it's fucking sad that there is that even stigma today. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah. Cause I was really good. I was like, screw it. I don't care. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But then at the end of the day, I gotta, I hate to be a sellout because if you think about it, that's kind of what I am, but I have to feed my family at the end of the day. So I have to keep.
There's nothing sell out about that, my friend. That's fucking respectable. Family first, and that's the way it should roll.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not really worried, but there is always that potential. You know what I mean? That a homeowner's not going to like it.
but it's shitty though. I mean, for
Yeah.
real, for something that, you know, I think we're past the, you know, the real demonization phase, at least with the general public. So
Yeah.
why should it come to a matter of when it comes to business, you know? Everybody's got their vice. Everybody needs a little headspace, you know what I mean? You
Yeah.
know, and that goes for everybody with money. Even, you know what I mean? they drink after work, whatever, and you know what I mean? That shouldn't deter them as a customer to you. You know, it works both ways. I've
I know.
turned down people just as well as they've turned down me in business. You know what I mean?
I have
Uh,
had customers kind of joke about it because I mean, when your electrician's in the house and they're working and you're answering questions about electrical because you know, and it comes up about a grow room or blah blah blah. I had one look at me and she's like, "Hey, after you build that deck in the back, I'll have a nice cocktail and you can smoke a joint." And I just laughed. I was like, "Right on, dude. We'll do that. All right." So I'm pretty sure they know. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to be respectful of them too.
well, well, there's so many arguments I have against this. You know what I mean? For
Yeah.
real. Um, as far as medical purposes, even at that, you have to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You much clear headed on cannabis than anything else as an
Dude,
alternative, and you have to work. You know
if
what I mean?
I'm not even joking, if I don't like eat it or continuously smoke, it, um just getting up off the couch is like holy crap sometimes. You know what I mean? Like I was sitting on a bucket the other day, pulling wires in the house, hooking up electrical outlets and doing all that. When I stood up, it was like it's bad. If you break your back, you know what I'm talking about. It's insane. And I'm not going to get the surgery and all that where they fuse your spines together. So I'm just going to do my yoga and all that kind of stuff. But the cannabis helps. It so helps, especially when I eat like a couple edibles, and then I could go crash out in my bed and actually like relax. You know what I mean? You wake up the next day, you're just a little stiff, but you're not in pain. You know, I just can't overdo them because one night I ate a 500 milligram and that went bad. I think I was high for like 3 or 4 days. You know what I mean? It's just a big old chocolate brownie, and you're all stoned already. It's like, that thing's going down.
But again, man, you know, the morning safety meetings in
Yeah,
general, even to this day, I need that doob in the morning for more than one reason. You know what I mean? I need that wake up time, but I need it to loosen up my body on the way to the job. You know,
yeah,
if you've been doing this as long as we have, you wake up stiff. Flat
yeah.
out, you wake up stiff. And so you need that to loosen up a little bit on your way to work, you know. By the time I'm smoked on the way, take it for what it is. uh, you know what I mean? I can get out of that truck limber and ready to roll. To where if I didn't have that cannabis on the
Especially,
way, I would be stiff as shit. You know what I mean? It would be a much slower get going for sure.
especially you get a nice sativa. You know what I mean? You get like when I would smoke I don't know, whatever. I smoke a nice sativa. You show up to work, man. I'm ready. I'm already an energetic guy. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Especially when I was piecing working, like when I was piecing what we call plating. You know, for the non-framers, the non-carpenters, plating is the top plates goes above and under. Then you have the studs. So the plating, I would get paid 7 cents a foot to lay that down before the guy would come and detail. You know where the windows go and each stud goes. You smoke some weed, man, they're not going to bother you. You're a piece worker. They don't want to talk to you. You know what I mean? You sit over in your corner and you play some good bumps, smoke some weed, and you just make money. You just go. So I think that's where a lot of my pain came from, though, because then I got in the stack of trusses, and it's like, oh, there's some good money to be made here, you know. But a lot of times I do things. I'd make a catwalk. Catwalk is for the people that don't do carpentry. Catwalks where you run the nice board down the middle of the house, put little legs on the bottom. You're not going to build no handrails. You don't need that because you got a truss in your hands, so you're not worried about the handrails. But there'd be times where I'd grab 20-foot trusses by myself and drag them, you know. So it was
And
fun.
yeah, that's the other thing too, man. Stand down them walls, man. You have to be limber when you're doing trusses, man.
I had to be stoned, you know. It's like the stucco guys too. You know, everybody wonders why the stucco guys are always drinking. Well, you go spray mud on a wall all day, hold a big old hose, and fight that thing on the scaffolding. And tell me what you want to do when you get home. You know what I mean? You kind of want to relax.
You know, that was the thing, and you know, when caregivers came into play, or being able to be a caregiver came into play,
Yeah,
it was hopefully the switch, and that I think a lot of people had with the cannabis dream. You know what I mean? A lot
yeah,
of us were growing anyway, and then we kind of seen the opportunity to go, well, man, I am tired of being coming home, sitting here for 2 hours a fucking day to recoup so I can, you know, spend time with my loved ones or do what I
yeah,
gotta do. And that shit sucks. So if I could actually make that switch, you know what I mean? It improved. That's what a cannabis, I believe, does. And all across the board is a better quality of living, even if it's you used as a medicine later in life for cancer or whatever. It's providing a better quality of life, and I think that when a lot of us make that transition into caregivers, we're that's the dream. We want a better quality of life for ourselves
yeah,
and our patients.
yeah. I agree with that because that was my thing when I was growing. I just wanted to produce nice quality. That's why I wanted to move into the super soil, which I want to get into because I didn't really do a super soil. I did a 50 super soil. I did like a 50. Um, I would do half the mix of the super soil, and then I would use the rest for a tea, and I would just make teas along the whole way. For me, it was more cost effective because I had to watch my numbers, you know, on what I was spending a month. Because there was times where our electric bill was like $10,000 a month, you know. And when you got big boy bills like that going on, you'll find yourself bankrupt and losing your house real quick, you know. So that's why I did that, because if you think to mix each soil for all those plants, man, that's you're talking well over 10 grand, you know, soil and all that stuff, and that's going to sit for 6 months. So you're going to go buy some more, and what, you know, just a big beast. But it taught me a lot. Taught me how to run a business. You know, I went from just being a regular carpenter, getting paid, to coming in, helping a guy, using a little bit of what I learned, helping him, and then he brought me in and just taught me the ropes. And like you said, that created a better quality of life for my kids and everybody. You know, when you're running that, granted, you ain't gonna have $20,000-$30,000 you just go put in the bank every day because it's all cash, you know. So but you have a plethora of gas money. Well, not a plethora, I shouldn't say that, that's wrong. You work hard for it. You have money for gas and you have money to go on vacations and stuff. So it was nice to do that for the kids because we never got to do that, you know. And then I finally got to get me a nice truck because my credit was shot, so we had to find a way to clean up the credit. So we got me a nice Chevy step side, you know, and I ended up lowering it a little bit. And then my wife's like, "Hey, that one's got to go because you got to get another one. We got to keep this credit thing going. We paid that off. On to the next, you know." And so my wife helped me. We got the credit built up, and yeah, quality of life from cannabis. It really improved the quality of life. And like the rest of us, I was just an opportunist that saw an opportunity that the government kind of created for us. You know what I mean? If you think about it, it's their fault. You made a black market for me to make money off of. So if I get myself out of the ghetto to get it done, I'm gonna use it. Set more than 7 years ago though, so we're all good.
So I gotta ask, how many kids?
I just have two. I have a 16-year-old son and a 9-year-old daughter.
Right
And after
now.
like three, you know, my kid was a little man, a little tyke. He was still my best friend then. Now he's hit that age.
I'll be interested to know if they come around back around like the girls do. You know,
Oh
they do, you know, they go through that phase. I think it starts at like 13 and then come
yeah.
back around about 16, 17. So hopefully he does.
Well, he's got to, because we go out to this place called Occupational Wells out here in California. We go rip dirt bikes all weekend, you know. So if he wants to go rip his dirt bike, he's going to have to come around. I don't know who else is going to take him, you know?
So, how do you feel about cannabis and your children, and or do you mind? Is that a no subject? I mean, I
No,
want.
it's,
I got my
I,
daughter in chat right now, so I would love you, Lexi. So.
so in the garage, you know, and I talk about being in the ghetto shack and had the garage all blown up with all these different cubicles. They didn't even know. My 16-year-old knows now because he saw me obviously framing in a room. But there, and then there's grow tents because I used to do everything in like what we call the tent city. Oh my God, I will not grow in hydro tents anymore. I gave them all away. I think it was like 4 or 5 of them. They're like 4x4s and 3x3s and a couple of those 2x that go in the closet. You know, I just had enough. You have all the pipes everywhere. It's just, it gets out of control. I respect for the guys that tear it up to the tents. I'll give you guys that, but it wasn't for me. He saw the tents, and then I told him like, yeah, I've been doing this since blah blah blah, and you know, how do you think we kind of got up here? We're able to get out of there. He's like, no way, that's crazy. I'm like, yeah, it was how I made my living for a little bit, and that's about as far as that went. He's got no interest in it. He thinks it's stupid. Yeah. So, which is good, you know, let him be that way until he gets out of high school. And then I believe once he's 18, sorry about your luck, kid, but you're ready for the world. You know what I mean? So we'll see what he does. And I don't mean cruel like that, you know, but you know what I mean. He's 18, he's a man, so it's his decision time.
It was, I think, the opposite way for me on the other end of that. My kids were like, "Fuck you, I'm 18. I can do what I want." You know what I mean? It wasn't the opposite way where I was like, "Hey, yeah, no, well,
Yeah,
yeah, completely out of the way."
yeah, yeah. He doesn't like it. Like when we go ride dirt bikes, all my friends, you know, they all smoke before we go ride. They all smoke. And he just calls us idiots and clowns or whatever. But you know, he's still young. Because I remember being young and all that. But part of his reasons too is because at school, the kids take it there, and he has to deal with all the drama from it. So for him, he associates it with that drama. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to deal with getting in trouble. Like he had an incident where a kid was sitting next to him on the bus, and the kid had it. My kid could smell it. He's like straight up told the kid, like, dude, you gotta get away from me because I don't want to deal with this. Like, I don't care that you have it, but I just don't want to deal with it. So they had a little scuffle over it. And the other kid got in trouble, you know what I mean? And then my kid got wrapped up in the drama. And that's how I found out about it. I'm like, why are you getting in a fight on the bus, you know? I found out why. We didn't really tell the school or make a big deal about it because who cares about that? That's on them, you know? So that's why my kid is like that.
Cannabis ever bring you any trouble when you were a kid?
No, well, no, cannabis just didn't bring me trouble. The police brought me trouble. You know what I mean? The cannabis didn't bring me trouble. I got caught once coming home with a large amount in a truck, and it was the most bullshit story ever. So we went out shooting, or actually out hunting for dove, you know, out in the sticks. And then we went down to my buddy's place down in Mission Beach. We were all drinking, having a good time. I wasn't drunk, but I had a couple beers, you know, like throughout the longevity of the day. And then it's well into the evening. And I was going to stay the night, but you know how wives are. No, you got to drive home. Get home now, blah, blah, blah. So I drive home. Good thing I didn't have any guns on me. I left them all freaking, you know what I mean, put away down there. So I'm driving home, and I'm going to like cut through this area of Encinitas that's like the backcountry to get me up here. And I'm cutting through, and then I see a cop at this light ahead. I'm coming down the hill. And it's like, you know what I mean, like 2 or so in the morning or whatever. No, it's probably like 12. Coming down the hill, and you just know it's like, okay, Murphy's Law is going to hit. My light's going to turn green, and then he's going to get behind me, and boom, that's what happens. And me being an idiot, I just didn't want to deal with them. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to just pull over here at Walgreens and go in the parking lot and not go buy anything. I should have went inside, bought something, and kicked it for 15, 20 minutes. So then I just get right back on the road. Well, he was waiting for me up the road, pulls me over. Long story short, could have got me for the DUI, and gets me out of the car and finds cannabis in there. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. It is what it is. Got a nice ticket for that, impounded my truck. But the thing that pissed me off is at the end, he comes up to me with this piece of paper. And this whole scenario right here is what taught me to, what I mean? You just don't talk. Don't do anything. Just they're going to either arrest you or they're not. You know what I mean? It is what it is. So he comes up with a piece of paper and he's like, oh, I wasn't supposed to pull you over, but your numbers came into my truck or into my computer wrong. I accidentally punched in the wrong numbers. So you came up as a Silverado that had expired tags, and that's why I pulled you over. Can you sign this? And then I signed it. Well, my friend, our family lawyer was like, yeah, dude, you could have got out of that whole scenario. He's like, you could have got your truck out of impound for free and everything if I didn't sign that, because they're not supposed to pull you over unless it's, articulable, whatever it's called. So that whole scenario sucked and sent us back some money when we didn't need to be sent back some money, So there you go. That's the problem the only problem I've ever had for cannabis. But I was on probation at the time. Because when I was in my early 20s, I drank some alcohol, freaking drove like an idiot. So never did that again though.
There's many, and that's one of the things, man, that I was grateful for when I gave up alcohol, man. There was a lot of nights when I drank, and I drank way too much when I drank. And there's nights where I was, honestly, I don't remember how the fuck I got home. There's like, you know what I mean? There's horror stories when it comes to alcohol. I'm thankful for it, not anymore, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm really light on that. When I'm out doing yard work, because we got horses and goats and chickens and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of this wood that I save from the construction sites, and I'll just build stuff for all the animals. That's how I spend a lot of my time. But when I'm out there and it's like a hot day, long day, I'll have a light beer, you know what I mean? But I don't ever just down them like I used to. Kind of learned my lesson with that DUI. I always liked so I always had like desert trucks that we built. We take Toyota trucks, put long travel kits on them and all that, take them out to the desert and jump them. And I was in the middle of building one. It was a nice truck. I copied this kit that we call like Total Chaos, spreads it out, gives you 12 inches of travel. I cut the frame. No, that one I didn't cut the frame. That was another one down the road. This one I did some real nice leaf springs, long shocks, yada yada. And I was building the roll cage, got the DUI, and I got stuck driving that truck, like half done, missing like parts, you know what I mean, like bed sides and stuff. So I was driving down the road and no driver's license, and then my front lights were only KC lights because I had no money. The DUI just sucked it all up, you know what I mean? And then you spend time in jail, you're not at work, and blah blah blah. That was so sketchy. I remember driving home from my DUI classes in that truck, headlights, or KC lights that just light up the whole freaking freeway, and I have a motorcycle cop in front of me, and I'm just going, oh my God, this is it. I'm going to lose everything I have right now because I'm trying to get back from my class. So that took forever to finish that truck up, and that just pissed me off. So that's why I never started drinking like that again. But building those trucks, man, that was fun.
Still do it today?
We're gonna probably start getting back into it because my kid's hitting that age, and we picked him up. God, I can't believe I bought it. It was just a single cab Toyota Tacoma stick shift, and I'm already getting the itch. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh man, I can just put this in the garage and tinker with that for a little bit. And I did buy I drive a Nissan Frontier, and those trucks, you can take everything from the Nissan Titan and throw it onto them, and it makes everything longer. So it'll give me all that off-road suspension, and then I can build custom parts, you know what I mean, myself. So I have that sitting in the garage. So yeah, it's coming, you know. It just comes down to lots of money, and I don't got that. You know. So, but there was one truck that I built, and I cut the cab, and then we do what we call a 4-link, where you link off of all the frame, and you put coilovers, big coilovers in there. It was a cool truck, but it wasn't quite done. I didn't get everything set up right. You know, the suspension to the back didn't quite match the front, and I didn't have the tires, the weight in the right spot. So when you hit jumps, the back end would kind of buck. It wasn't too bad, but it was just enough. And one time I got left alone out there with my own thoughts, and I found this really cool trail, and I was just driving this trail all day. I mean, I was having a good time. What happened was I didn't have a driver's license because of the DUI. And all my friends went to the other side of the park with their trucks, and I couldn't go there. I wasn't willing to risk losing my truck to go over there. So I just kind of stayed around camp, but I found this really sweet jump. And since nobody's there, you know, you're just kind of hitting it lightly. And I remember my wife's over there. Oh, cool, good jump, you know. And then here comes these other group of guys in the truck, and this is where it gets good. They start jumping it with me. But now we're feeding off each other, and they're hitting it, and I'm hitting it, and we're each kind of going higher and higher. And then I don't know what I was thinking, man. I just went balls to the wall, downshift into second, just punch it. And this jump I was hitting like in third. And I would kind of get bucked and then land, you know. But this time I hit it in second gear pin and just go flying. And then end up going up over the end, landing the front down, smashing the front windshield out. And then it ejected all the tires out of the back, threw those, and then slid, and then landed.
Holy shit, man. What's the highest jump you've jumped in a truck? Or the fastest? Hey, yeah, you disappeared there for a second or froze up.
Did I?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's my Wi-Fi. I'm sorry about that.
You froze up just as you said the truck hit and fell back, and you froze up after that.
Yeah, it hit, exploded, like the arms went up so high, you know, the suspension went up so high that they just broke. Boom, they popped out and just were done. The windshield came out, those tires went flying. Man, it hurt too because I got all compressed in the seat. You know, you have 5 points and you're in a bucket seat, but man, you still get compressed. And I remember thinking too, and I was in the air eagle, I'm like sailing through the air, and I'm actually probably more like this, because the picture when I landed was like my wife had was like dug into the sand, you know. But I'm flying through the air and I'm thinking in my head like I welded this. Oh man, I literally that's what I was thinking. Like I welded this. This is gonna like this is like I hope it works.
Yeah, that's either way scary. That welds aside. Yeah, it's yeah, lucky, man. Very lucky. But you know.
Yeah.
So what's the tallest thing you've jumped, I guess?
It'd probably be on the dirt bike. I don't jump anymore on the dirt bike. It just never, it's not going to work out well for longevity. You know what I mean? I would say on the dirt bike at Glamis, the sand dunes, we were hitting stuff in fifth gear. Not my kid, but me and my friends, you know, in my 20s. 30s got rid of the dirt bikes, and then late 30s got back into it. Like I have a pretty decent dirt bike now that I like, but I don't jump. I just go out there and I just trail ride. I've seen too much happen. But yeah, when you're out in Glamis in that soft sand, there's no fear because it's all it's like being on water. I mean, you're just sliding. And when you go off the dunes, you know what I mean? It's just like a slide, and you're already moving so fast that it's just natural. And when you land, it's soft sand. I mean, the only problem you have is sometimes you can, you know what I mean, you can stick, but that soft sand's still gonna give. Versus like when we were like, we had the kicker ramps, when we were hucking a kicker ramp and you hit some dirt, that hurts. You know.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Oh,
fun.
oh yeah.
Yeah, because I used to ride BMX bikes. I had a little sponsor when I was in high school. Or no, yeah, it was high school. I had a little sponsor, the local bike shop. You know what I mean? It was fun. We'd put on like shows for like schools and stuff. This kid's dad made a nice tabletop ramp, and it had wheels. And he made it. It was really cool. The part would flip up, the ramp part would flip up, and then we could connect it to the truck and tow it. So we'd go around putting on shows and all that kind of stuff. Never made any money though, but
Yeah. All
yeah,
things I've loved and done myself.
yeah.
Uh, yeah.
What did you ride? What kind of bike did you ride?
Oh man, I've had fucking mongooses. Oh, I've had all kinds of diamondbacks. I had everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah. Used to freestyle a little bit with a little bit of BMX. But
Chad DeGroot style freestyling.
yeah,
Yeah.
half pipe. A lot of skin bones, that's for sure. Back
Did
in
you
the
up
days.
a 12 foot vert? Like,
No. Excuse me.
yeah, like the vert pipes, like the 12-foot verts. You ever drop in on that?
Off on bike, yeah.
Yeah, you have? That was, I remember I went to go do that and I was like, I chickened out. I was like, this is insane.
Never skateboard, so I'm not a skateboarder, but I can freestyle on them ramps, man.
Yeah.
Good
Am I
times. What's that?
is my feed breaking up?
A little bit.
Okay. Yeah. If it pauses out, I do apologize because sometimes out here the Wi-Fi could get spotty. It happens very few, but it does happen.
So I guess we should switch back over to the growth a little bit there.
Yeah, let's
So
do it, dude.
when did you decide to go from hydro to soil there? When did you make that I guess when and why? I guess same question, when and why?
Okay, so hydro is always like everybody's like, oh, we do hydro, you just plug it and forget it. That ain't true. I had a clog happen once. You know, plug it, forget it, and then a clog happens. You come back to Mr. Burns, just shriveled, dead plants. You know, so that was that right there. And soil is just such a better product, and then you can just keep using it. I never had to buy new soil. I just only had to buy new amendments. You know, I just kept using the old soil. I just kept getting all the roots out, and probably caused myself more work than I ever should have just to save a dime. But you know, I would sift through it and blah blah blah, and put it all in the trash cans and just let it sit with the amendments and just keep that cycle going. You know, like now I still have some of the trash cans that I made with my, you know, I took regular whatever you call them, those big hefty trash cans,
Mm-hmm.
put a hole in the bottom, put a little spigot with a tube so that it doesn't get stagnant. I just run my teas through them. Just keep, when you're, you know, you got the leftover tea, just run the tea through it. Just keep flushing all that stuff out. You know, if you use salts, you can just keep flushing the salts out. The sugars are going to pull the salts out of there. So you can do it with cocoa too. That's what I get into cocoa. I started adding a lot of cocoa to my soils, and then you can up the watering of the teas. You know.
I like cocoa myself, and that was my preferred method
Yeah.
for the longest time.
Yeah, it's a good method. I like it. Yeah, so that was what turned me on to. Honestly, it was Subcool that turned me on to soil. I mean, that guy he just taught people And the reason why we followed is he was one of the very few out there teaching and teaching with confidence, you know. That's what I liked. I was like, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about. So I took a lot of stuff from like, do you know Napoleon Hill? He writes a lot of books on
Oh yeah.
yeah, I follow kind of his logic where you're going to take from who you see who's successful, use it. I love it. It's great, you know.
Mastermind circle.
Mm-hmm. The guy's a genius. The guy that turned me on to him is later down the road of cannabis and all that. We get this place up here, and you know, this is where it's going to get funny. You guys can all make fun of me. I don't care. I make fun of myself. All my neighbors make fun of me. I ended up getting into chickens and breeding chickens. And I mean, I could go get it, but that'll be another date. But I have big books just on breeding and all that stuff. And I really started getting into the breeding. And then the guy that actually wrote all the books that I was reading and got into lives up the hill from me. So I'm total opportunist. I'm like, oh man, I need to get in. You know what I mean? Because I got to pick this guy's brain. And I honestly felt like with Sub, we'll get into that too. Don't let me get like go away without finishing the Subcool story. All right, because yeah, we need to finish that one. So like this guy, I didn't want to miss an opportunity because I always wanted to get more interaction with Sub. Like when I went to High Times, I wish I would have actually fucking opened my mouth, talked to him, and because he, you know, the way he was an inspiration, man. He get you inspired. He was just always positive, energetic. So I didn't want to miss that opportunity with this guy. So I called this guy. I don't know how I ended up getting a hold of him, or it was through Facebook or something, but I actually ended up like messaging him, man, look, dude, I'll come up there and I'll work on your house for free and we'll exchange knowledge or whatever. And it worked. I got his freaking chickens in my backyard, and they go for, I'm not joking, for $1,000 a piece. He ended up just giving them to me. You know what I mean? Because I went up there and I worked on his house and I did stuff and blah, blah, blah. And he taught me so much about breeding. And the thing he taught me is not to look at it as just one way of breeding. All these things are tools. They're and you got to understand how to use your tools. I don't like to get into the big names of alleles and gametes and co-dominant and all that recessive. You start talking about that, you'll just lose me. You know what I mean? Because I believe just breed what you got and like it and learn the recessives and dominants and that and just go with it, right? Because you can test for dominant recessive genes. There's ways to go about it. But the tools he taught me were awesome. So like, let's say, so this Jack's Cleaner 2, the deuce I have, I wanted to lock that trait down, right? The best I could with what I had. So I took and bought a bunch. I bought a couple packs and I really popped about, I say 30 of them, and chose my 2 favorites. And you're only going to choose 2, and you're going to call them your seeds, right? In the chicken world, we call them the seed fowl. So these will be your seed plants. And you're going to breed those brothers and sisters together, but only if they are the 2 that you absolutely want, right? Because if you go brother-sister crossing, you're locking in the genetics. Now that is your genetics, you're set. But out of those brother-sister crosses will come everything because you compounded the genes so close. So if you want to see what's in anything, just brother-sister cross it. It'll show you everything that's in there. And just keep popping them. Even if you get mutants after mutants after mutants, you just keep popping them so you get that one absolute beautiful standout. And then you get another one. You can move forward with that strain. You know, now you're into the foundation part where you can start doing the back crossing, you know, or the line breeding. Line breeding is back crossing, whichever way you go about using it. A lot of people where I believe they mess up, and the way I was taught is if you're back crossing, you better be back crossing to something that you want to have a clone of. Because see, in cannabis, we're lucky. You can just take a clipping, boom, I have that. When I give them to the kids for the 4-H to show at fairs, they can't just go over there and clip the wing of a chicken and have that chicken. You know what I mean? So you have to actually be able to replicate it. And you can. I can get almost the same one now, but there will be some variation. But you want that variation, and that variation is how you keep from hitting a genetic wall. And this is the biggest secret out there in the world that most breeders don't know. And that, like, let's say you want to just keep a line of cannabis seeds you have, right? You have an awesome strain. It's super stable. You've worked this thing for 5 years. Now that's another thing I want to throw out there. I'm going to piss some people off, and I don't care. Most people don't have a strain. Oh, I got a strain of this. Well, no, I'm sorry. You have what we call an outcross. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. Unless you work that for 5 years and it is as stable as you can stably get it, you don't have a strain. There's a few breeders that actually think that, and it's just my opinion. If anybody wants to prove me wrong, I'm down to it. There's a few breeders that actually know how to do that. And one of them that I really respect is Vader OG. If you listen to his podcast, that guy is on it. And then the other day you had a guy on, I forgot his name, but he was talking about matching your males to your females, and you need to pay attention when you match your males and your females. And he was like one of the few that I've heard actually saying that, because a lot of people are like, no, you can cross out a different male with a different female, and that's how you select. Well, whatever you put in there, you can't get it out. You can breed away from it, but you'll never be able to get it out. Once it's in there forever. You know what I mean? And some people, like, we haven't even gotten super deep to even know like what the lethal genes are of the plant. What, you know what I mean? And there's just so much to it. Yeah, it's understanding the tools and when to use them and not how to use them. And yada yada. Okay, so I'm sorry, I got going on a rabbit hole. So here's the trick. If you want to keep a line, right, and you want to breed it, blah, 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 whatever, you got to create at the minimum 3 different lines from the same family. So after you do your brother-sister cross, and then you get into what I call the foundation, you have the offsprings, the standouts that you chose from the brother-sister cross. You're just going to take those and create a family out of those. At the minimum, do 3 families. When you get down and you start hitting genetic wall, because you will hit a wall if you just keep back crossing, you take this male, put them on that line, that male from that one, and then that male there, and you just keep doing that. So you're keeping the variation within the family, but you're not letting the variation get out of control by bringing in a cross. And then another thing that a lot of people that I find are confused on is hybrid vigor. The way hybrid vigor works is that if you have a pure line and another pure line, and they have to be pure within themselves, you know what I mean? And then you cross those two, then you get hybrid vigor. But if you're just crossing and crossing and crossing, you're not getting hybrid vigor. Hybrid vigor is a one and done. It just happens once. It's awesome. That one plant has it. It grows super awesome. Yeah, you can take nice cuttings off it and all that, but you won't be able to replicate it through breeding without going through all those stages. You know what I'm saying? But it'll never have the hybrid vigor like it came from those 2 pure crosses.
Always an interesting subject, and there's been quite a few people that on the channel when they've talked about breeding that have bred either dogs or roosters throughout this episode. Chicken roosters, I would say at least 5 in all. You know,
That's
people,
awesome. Yeah,
and true breeders. I would consider, just as you're talking, people that are super serious about working their strains, and
yeah.
you know, I think that's, honestly, the way cannabis should roll. I'm actually because again, somebody that has a little bit of pride in my craftsmanship still. I think a lot of people don't. So, just want to get the shit done and get the hell out of there, and they don't care about the end product. But when I'm thinking about a product, I'm thinking about something that is, for one, it's something that I envisioned. You know what I mean? I've
Yeah.
created, I've seen it out to a point,
Yes.
And then that's what I want everybody to have. You know what I mean? I don't
Yeah.
want someone, I could even like, I can't even see like, well, that's where one of the things where I had to give up the like craftsman side of things too, because I didn't trust. You know what I mean? I didn't want too many hands,
Yeah.
as when I did the sanding and shit. I want everything had to be, I had to float my hand over, everything had to be smooth. I couldn't trust that quality to like 30 projects, boom, boom, and expect all of it to be to my standard. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
think breeding is the same thing. I want when I that end product, I want, it's got to be a 10 plus. Well,
Yeah. It's got to be the standout. You know what I mean? It's got to be an absolute perfect to me.
yeah,
Yeah.
then that's release right there. That's when the brewing of the cultivar should be released, in my opinion. And at this point, I'm really becoming more and more of an advocate for keeping the lineages kind of a proprietary, just so the vision of your creation can stand out on its own merit. You know what I mean? It isn't just what went into it. It's the effects that you know what I mean. It's the
Yeah.
whole thing you created. It's the flavor you created. It's the you know what I mean, the buzz and all that. It isn't, you had to see on the pack, oh, let's add in this in it, and this has this in it, so it's got to be good. No, it's good because I fucking seen it out for fucking 5 years, brought it out, and it's awesome. That's all you fucking need to know.
Hey, you
Here's
sing.
the test results. You know what I mean? That's all you need to know. And you know what I mean? The recipe should be able to be somewhat proprietary, and you know what I mean? Just for craftsmanship sake or whatever, you should be able to
Yeah.
hold that back for keeping people from, you know, taking your work or whatever. But they should
And
have to come back to you because you hold, the proper ingredients.
yeah, I totally agree with that. And then too, everybody will realize too, if they were to create their own strains and do it however they do it, you can even do it outside and create your own little land race for your yard. And you could do that through natural selection. Like let's say you live in an area where you're having a hard time getting through October, this keeps going into almost November, because that's what happens here where I live. It'll carry in because of the way we just get a different sunlight, especially up on this mountain where I'm at. It's kind of like a microclimate of its own. So I just throw them outside and let them breed, and then I naturally, well, not natural, but I select the ones I want. And now I'm starting to get ones that are set up for my backyard, so to say. You know what I mean? So people could do that and move forward too. It's awesome. It's fun. It really is. But yeah, it does suck. I'm not going to lie. When you have a big fat male out there and he sees the whole plant that you've been growing, and then you have, you can't smoke that. I won't even make hash out of it. I don't know how you feel about it, but to me, it's done. It gives me a headache. But then you have a big Ziploc bag of seeds, so I just give those away. I'm like, here, I'm going to keep this for me, and you guys can have all this.
I really believe that material makes a good hash, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I've talked to some really good breeders. It was let's see here, Joshua, uh, and Kyle Paul. I was talking to, and they were talking about they just want made some like
Uh,
cup winning hash, and I happened to ask because it'd been bouncing around a little bit in our, setting, that is there a difference in effect from a Sensimelia bud to uh a seeded bud? Obviously, even if it's lightly seeded, you know what I mean,
yeah.
to where
Yeah.
you wouldn't complain. Should the buzz be the same, or is there something else different? And
You know,
most people say that seeded bud has a different effect than the sensibility bud. And I see that in hash as well. I think that's the same thing in the hash that, and so I asked him both of them, uh, and they had, he said just coincidentally that that batch that we just won with was a seeded crop, and it just happened to be, uh
Yeah.
the difference in the last few runs. And I think that is, man. I think the CD bud has that, more couch lock effect. And I've been kind of noted of saying I think that's what the difference of yesteryear weed and today's weed is that. You know what I mean? When we bought a bag as kids and shit, we had to fling out the seeds. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
That's what I started with a bag of what we called mech,
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You're right. So that maybe that shows a flaw in my outdoor right there, Maybe I'm not watering enough because it gets super hot and I'm running cocoa mixed with the soils outside, or maybe I don't have enough nutrients or something. So now, it's always science if you think about it. Every grow you have is always, what do you call that? Botany. You're always doing botany. So gotta pay attention.
Yeah, I
I
think
I'm sorry.
a lot. I think of those factors weigh out a lot too, man. I think as far as we've talked about like master recipes for like environmental pressures for like during pollination, like is the perfect environment, can you get like more closer to 100% females, or is there like a drier night or where during pollination to where because of environmental, it was super dry or whatever, that the pollen that took were all mostly male. You know what I mean? Because of conditions or whatever. I think all that stuff has a huge, they're living, you know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
like we are, you know what I mean? At certain points, they may be like, not tonight, but they do it anyway. You know what I mean?
I know from see if I can find it. I have one of these books here. I know in a breeding standpoint, you have what we call the three-legged stool. And if one of those legs in the stool goes out, the stool tips over. So meaning that you want everything to be perfect from environment to genetics to nutrients. And it applies. And that's what attracted me to breeding the chickens was from breeding cannabis, and watching Sub and all those guys. And Sub always talked about environment, nutrients, and everybody else and how important it all was. And then, I'm new to it. I don't think I'm just this big time guy. I'm new to it too. So I was learning and I come into this and I'm like, it's the same thing. Oh my God. So all that stigma about you do this just because it's cannabis and this because it's cannabis and this because it's this and a horse and blah, blah. Cause you meet people, we're in the horse world. So you meet people that breed horses and they're the worst. They are the worst, but I don't want to get into that. So yeah, you start realizing like, dude, science, it's all down to science, you just got to work it that way. It's really fun. I'm having a great time, especially running this the way, man, awesome. I'm glad I triggered that light bulb in my head, this story, the way I got the deuce, kind of sad and kind of cool in the same sense. So Sub passed, right? And I knew that you weren't going to be able to get his seeds. I don't want to know how you feel about whoever was going to take over the seeds thing. I'm not into it. That's all I'm going to say. I think it went the wrong way. So I knew it was coming. So I was like, fuck, I got to get Sub seeds. And I ended up buying from this one dude who was like Sub's computer programmer. And he was like, had a fake site. I don't know if you all remember that. And then I ended up buying from that fucking piece of shit, that jack leg. And I was pissed off. And then I didn't know what to do, right? Because I just spent more money. I'm like, my wife's going to kill me. She's thinking, here we go. He's addicted to buying seeds again, and we're going to lose everything, and blah, blah, blah. So I called Attitude Seed Bank on the phone. And I told them that phone call cost me like $30 too. It was an expensive freaking phone call. So I called Attitude on this phone, and I got some lady, and I told her what was going on. And she goes, okay, you got to go like this. You know what I mean? You got to do this. I'm not going to give up the way they do it. She was really awesome. They threw in some freebies. Well, I cleaned them out on the Jack's Cleaner. I just cleaned them out on Jack's Cleaner. I cleaned them out on Deep Purple, and then I cleaned them out on Cherry Gasm. I love Cherry Gasm. That it has like a if you get the right pheno, has like almost like that cherry OG. You know what I'm saying? Real crisp. So I'm working on one of those. That one's outside harvesting. That I've been I found a keeper I wanted out of the Jack's Cleaner Cherry Gasm, and I've been back crossing that. And I'm going to see what I can bring out of that. I didn't do the brother sister because I want to see what's in there. You know what I mean? And have them come out and then select, and then I'm going to brother sister and go that route. So I keep my seeds going, my seed plants. You know, your beginners. Okay, so I got the deuce, and this is where it gets tricky. So they send them to me. Some time goes by, work goes crazy. I'm trying to get my shed done outside so I can grow in it. It's just not happening. And I popped the seeds, and I didn't know, but it was freaking Subcool's birthday, dude. I had no clue, and I popped the seeds. You know what I mean? It's like Subcool's birthday, and I'm like, oh shit, what a coincidence, dude. And I swear to God, dude, because we'll finish off the Subcool story. I swear to God, he was looking down on this. I'll argue it all day. So I freaking popped those seeds on, and it happens to be on his birthday. And I'm just struggling through the selection process because I'm not set up, and I'm trying to grow in an environment you shouldn't even be growing in a hot ass shed, you know, and then a cold shed and blah blah blah. But we just bought the house, so money was tight, you know what I mean? Because we just got this place, and then time goes by, and I throw them outside, and the ones that I was going to flower out for myself and then keep the males that I chose and blah, blah, blah. Throw them outside, fucking harvest them on his 1 year anniversary when you had your show. I was freaking trimming watching that show. That was a good show. And I swear to God, that's the way it worked out.
Man, it's pretty coincidental right there, man. I miss that dude a lot, man. He's responsible for the leg of so many things.
I'd say
go ahead.
I'd say about 90% of a lot of new growers, like within my age group. You know, I'm 40. So in my age group are definitely inspired by him. I'd say easily, you know, at least the YouTubers, you know, because I remember the grow tube and all that stuff. I mean, that was fire. I remember rushing home from work just to go see the grow tube, you know?
Definitely, you know, I think, you know, I even said to Pedro the other night that I don't feel a lot of the Canon TV isn't up to like the how-tos and stuff. I don't stand out to the old, like the Subcool, the Med Grower, the Grow Tubes, you know, the Envy Closet Growers, the Vader OG videos, you know what I mean? There's a lot of, can't forget fucking Mr. Tight.
What about Urban Farmer, dude?
Oh yeah.
I remember his last post, you know, on Instagram, goodbye social media world or whatever. And I was kind of bummed out. I'm like, really? Damn, that sucks. So
he has popped up here and there, but nothing like, you know, back then.
Yeah. Mr. Tight was cool, man. I remember Mr. Tight, watching him, and yeah. I remember one grow I had, Eagle. I did it with CFL lights. You know those twisty lights. I got the whole idea off of YouTube too. You know, like in the early days, it was really good weed. It was what you get isn't worth it. You know what I mean? The wattage spent and all that. But the product was like insane because I was growing some Afghan Kush at that time. It was just like, wow. But they're like little tiny nugs, you know what I mean? But
I remember a couple guys, shit, I can't even remember their handle these days, but it was cheap something, and they grew with the curly Q bulbs
Yeah,
there. They had made panels under, and they were a couple fun guys to watch and shit back in the day. Uh, if you can't forget the green dude. If you were watching YouTube around that, you can't miss the green dude that would come on all dressed in green and shit and give you some like pruning tips and shit like that. Shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was Sir Sly 420 was the one that I was watching the CFL videos on. Yeah, he makes the videos every now and then. Still there was a lot of old school cats back then.
And my caregiver 420, which was a cat, another cat out of Michigan that was doing some fucking kick-ass DWC work back then, man. He was growing in like fucking trash cans, and he pulled them big old plants out and had fucking, trash can sized roots and shit.
Yeah,
Uh,
we were watching a video where he was talking about caregivers and all that, right? And then he would
mhm,
have big black trash cans, and they'd have
yeah.
bubblers.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
I do remember that.
Yeah. That was the heydays of YouTube, man. Fucking awesome. The brown guy, the brown dirt warrior. Yeah, another one right there.
Yeah,
Yeah, the content back then, or brown guy 420 is kind of knowing now, right? That
yeah.
fucking
He's making a. I thought I heard he was thinking about coming back.
he's yeah, I've had a episode with him. Not so I think it was like a year or so ago. He's doing amazing things, man. As far as like uh extracts, the cannabis extracts, being isolating all the molecules and like mixing them and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, super amazing, man. Again, still running with the leads. You know what I mean? That's awesome, to hear the, people like them that are still, leading the way, still have that passion that they started with.
and he took it to like a whole professional level. You know what I mean? I'm nowhere near that ever. Like when he started showing all that clear stuff, and, oh man, that's a craft. That's like what you were going along with, not letting anybody else do it. I'm sure that's where he's at. He can't let anybody else do that. He's going to do it himself and have the best product. You know, these
Yeah.
guys have great Pedro and all that, man. They have great products, and that's why they're standouts.
Shit, they was I seen he was posting today, tomorrow, I think, yeah, on YouTube. Uh he's pressing like 3 pounds, a 3 pound press or something, rosin press or some shit like that.
Yeah, I need to watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate when they make all those videos because I don't watch regular TV at all. You know, so I watch all these YouTube videos, and I'm always on the go, like going through plans and you know what I mean, and doing that kind of stuff. I don't have time to get into a TV series. Yeah,
Right now. So Jack's Cleaner, man, that is in my opinion, that's one of the greats as far as like the old TGA lineup. And I'm right there with you. I I have no problems in saying that I do not support the dank.
yeah,
Unfortunately, I love sub with all my heart and shit, but everybody I without, shooting out names and all that. And I have a lot of videos, even when I'm talking with Mendo Dope and we get on that subject, I refer to those folks as Weekend at Bernie's. And you remember that movie, right? And how that flows.
yeah.
So doesn't it isn't it an eerie parallel though to what they're running today? So
I don't even.
yeah, that they're the Weekend at Bernie's crew.
Are they running still?
Yeah. Sadly, no.
I didn't even pay attention, man. I just know that I told him not to go out there. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was like, dude, don't go out, because I lived out there. I knew, I just, yeah. And then at the end, I told him to come here. I was like, dude, just come here and live, bro. You know what I mean? I sent him my address. I showed him pictures. Um, yeah, get the fuck out of there. I hated that area. So, and then, yeah, I think we all who knew him, I didn't know him like you did, but I think all of us that knew of him, right, so to say, were just like, oh shit.
I asked him not to go out there too, but honestly, when he thought about going to Vegas, and I was like, no, stay the fuck out of Vegas. Please don't go to Vegas. I know, I actually, nothing gets you people in Vegas, Johnny, and Tennessee. I love you, brother. He's going through some hard times. Hopefully, you're doing better, or will be
Yeah,
doing better soon. But man, I have most certainly lost a lot of fucking friends to Vegas
oh,
that had went out there and got caught up in the wrong crowds or whatever. And fucking Vegas has most certainly ate some folks up. So I would,
last time I was there, it ate me up. I mean,
yeah,
I remember waking up. Oh man, my poor wife. I got hammered. I spent all night drinking with this Hispanic guy, and we became best friends. And I swear to God, he couldn't speak English, and I couldn't speak Spanish, but we had construction in common. You know, we both knew we were construction workers, and we ended up just drinking. I mean, drinking bottles. You know? And I remember going to bed, like watching the sun come up, and then I jump out of bed, and I'm like, "We gotta leave. We're gonna be late." And I'm still drunk, yelling at my wife to get up, and she's like, "Oh my God, go back to bed, dude. You still have like 2 hours." Yeah, that was Vegas.
but man, yeah, I do miss that cat. And yeah, same thing, man. I had a lot of respect for him, much as you're saying, man. And I'm very much on the record of that. I respect him a lot because of the way his breeding style was, and everybody's got pictures, everybody wants you to buy. He was growing and showing, and it wasn't just he wasn't just growing and showing, it was the strains he was producing. So you know what I mean? He was like, "You want this? Look at this fucking shit right here." And da, 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 da. You know what I mean? He kind of showed you his
Yeah,
lights and kind of how to do it. You know what I mean? That's what he wanted you to do. He wanted you to buy some awesome genetics, and he wanted you to grow big fucking donkey dicks like he was showing you how to grow in the videos and shit.
he had a
And
mission.
that was super respectful. I mean, how wouldn't you buy into that? You know what I mean? That's a step by step. I can turn this into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I can follow this cool motherfucker to fucking the whole time, step by step and coach me through. That's respectable, breeding in my opinion. He had an amazing charisma about him too that made you kind of fucking want to hang out with the dude. When you talk to him, and I'm sure you can, confirm this, in him person on the phone, you walked away like you had fucking talked to a celebrity, and
yeah,
he didn't feel that way. That was the thumb, he was a cocky motherfucker on air, you know what I mean? But when you fucking talk to him like off air, he'd be like, I feel like a rock star on Instagram and YouTube. But when I go to the store, nobody knows who the fuck Subcool is. You know what I mean? I travel
yeah.
around, nobody knows who the fuck Subcool is. And he was, I mean, super cool and humble outside of cannabis. But man, he had always had that charisma. He never believed he had that. You know what I mean? He
Yeah.
always, off camera or whatever, he was like, yeah, nobody knows who the fuck I am. But when you talk to him, I mean, you were on the other side of that for a day, a week. you're like, man, I just fucking talked Subcool the other day. You know what I
Yeah, yeah.
mean? You know.
He's a cool cat. I remember going to work, be watching his lives. I put my phone down, be driving down the mountain, watching his lives. Saw them all, I remember all of them. He was a cool cat, man. He definitely was an entertainer. He definitely enjoyed being on social media and connecting with his people all the time. And if you, my opinion is now we have a bunch of heartbroken weed nerds everywhere, man. Because there's times I'm just like, his show will come on. I'm like, I'll watch a little bit of it and I gotta turn it off. I'm like, fuck, dude, fucking sub. I think the thing was we didn't see it coming. The community just did not see that. We really thought he was going to be a rock star forever.
Oof.
Sorry, man.
No, it's all right.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Eagle.
Well, at least we have these amazing stories to retell.
Yes, sir. That's why I wanted to come on. I wanted to come on before, but I couldn't do it. You know what I mean?
Well, I appreciate you coming on and telling these fucking stories. Because,
Well,
he did have there's so, I can tell my stories, but I only have so many stories. And there's so many people that, like yourself, that he reached out and, he always talked about the emails and stuff like that. He actually read them and responded to them.
Oh, he responded.
He responded. You're right. And yeah, he was awesome.
We used to get into it, man. Him and I. And the thing that was funny about it is he called me out on the show. He's like, so I'm not going to say my name, but if you want to find out who I am, you can just go back on the shows and you'll know my name. I mean, he'd be like, do you believe what I said?
Fucking awesome memories. So, and that was a super cool thing about it. Even though, he didn't see eye to eye with you, he was willing to take those jabs with you, even, either via email or chat.
Yeah.
I mean, he would, that was like, I've talked about that the other night, good or bad, when he came on, he would kind of give you those shout outs, even if it was a fuck you.
Yeah, he would, One time, Eagle, he blocked me in his live. He blocked me, and then I had to do a super chat. I gave him like $5. Well, why you block me, man? He's like, because you're talking shit.
Oh man.
You know what I mean? He loved fucking with me, man. He did. We had fun.
Yeah, I dearly miss those days. That's for sure.
I tried at the end. I really did. Whoever's in control of his Instagram and all that will have the messages. I told him, I said, just get out here. I have 2 acres. I was like, come out here, dude. We'll post you up. I just wanted him to get out of there and then get back to California. You know what I mean?
You know what the sad thing about this is?
Hey, I hate to cut you off, but I gotta move my camera because the battery's gonna die.
Right on.
All right.
The same Weekend at Bernie's has the control of the accounts. They still have his phones, his messages, his computers, all that shit. So if you actually have sent messages and shit to them, they still have all that.
Yeah, and all that needs to go back to Jill. Jill or like someone like that needs to, that's my opinion. Needs to control all that shit so it never gets erased off of YouTube.
Yeah, that's one good thing that at one point they were trying to do something with his channel, and luckily they came to like the cease.
I remember that, and all of us got on their shit. I remember that. I remember you talking about it on your show. I remember. Yeah.
That's I'm thankful for, even though, like you said, man, there was a time, and well, back September of last year when I was like going through some shit, and that's when I was like a little MIA, and man, I was reaching out to TC, and I was watching some old episodes of some trying to make me remember why I do what I do, and you know what I mean, and but they were hard to watch, man.
They're
They're still
hard.
hard to watch. Even though I cherish those memories, those chats, every bit about them, man. And I encourage people that weren't there during that to go back and, take in a little bit of the
Yeah.
shit we're talking about. I know you'll see my ass in them chats and shit, that's for sure. And
Or the knowledge.
yeah,
There's he starts talking about AK-47 and getting the strawberry one, and that's what taught me, because I was like going to go into this, just go buy a pack of seeds and start crossing them, and it doesn't work that way, and he explains all that, and nobody was doing that at that time,
right.
and feel that way when I meet these chicken breeders, because we show them at the shows. They don't want nobody knowing how to breed them. In their eyes, they think they should be the only ones, and then they can sell them. And that's how all the seed banks were back in the day, you know.
So do you still have the Jake's cleaner?
Oh yeah, I'll turn you over to the grow room real quick. It's, I mean, you can see it's framing up, and I don't know if you can see that,
I can.
but yeah, there she is. I got right now. That's the big ones are Skunk One from Todd McCormick, and then behind that are all my Jack's cleaners. So yeah, I love that plant. I'll never that will be there forever. You know what I mean? In clone or seed form, I'll always have it now.
What were your thoughts? Did you ever run the J2, the Jake's cleaner 2?
Oh, the deuce. That's what I have. I have the deuce.
Okay.
If didn't say that from the beginning, I apologize. Yeah, I have the deuce, and I
Right
like it.
on.
So what I've been doing is trying to keep it as Jack's cleaner from what I know of. Jack's cleaner had that yellow leaf that curled. Always, it's in Jack the Ripper. It's in. I mean, if you want to find the good ones, you kind of look for that in a sense, because I found it's usually that comes with the limonene or whatever. I'm having a hard time saying it. It comes with that taste. You know what I mean? At least in that strain, in my experience.
Uh, so yes. So that's so would you say yours your J2 has the unlimited ceiling there, that the Jack's Cleaner 1, the legend, supposedly?
I don't. I never got to go into Sub's garden and to know. So I would need somebody like the Mindo Dope Boys to come over here, or someone like you. Be like, yep, you got it. I don't know. I can only and like you said earlier, you have a vision of what you want, and you try to make your vision, and that's
Well,
basically.
the Jack's Cleaner, the original one, it had almost like an unlimited ceiling. That's what I'm talking about. You could smoke that shit and get high. You could smoke that shit and get high. You could smoke that shit and get high. There was no really like, fucking, I'm whooped on that shit. It was like kick your ass every time.
I pulled some of this earlier, and I pulled it early to, what I mean, to see what I was working with this season because it's outdoor. Oh, I think I froze.
No, you're still there.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, it's stony, man, but it's super early. You know what I mean?
So what other, you mentioned Cheesequake, any other favorites that you've ranked?
My ultimate favorite from them would probably have to be Space Bomb. And there's that I think he quit selling that early on, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Space Bomb was good. And Jelly Bean,
Okay, folks. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, everybody. Aldrich 25, Jim Comer. Happy birthday, my friend. Angel side piece. Cheers to you. Of course, our friend Weenus 207. Jeff Pollock. How you doing? He's back. He's back. Shit happens, my friend. Buddha boy, you rock. Cheers. Aldrich 25. I don't know if I caught you. Of course, it was awesome to see my girl Lexi. Lexi, I in chat this evening. I love you, girl. Of course, Ryan Kowalski, how you doing? Seen Buddy Kilowatts in chat earlier. Let's see. He's having a hard time connecting. There we go.
yeah, am I back?
Yeah,
Everything's black on my screen though.
rats.
But
We're back. I can see you. We can see you. So
all right. I'm sorry about that.
no worries, my friend.
Where was I?
We were talking about last thing I heard was Agent Orange.
Oh, Agent. Oh, yeah. I pretty much, I think, grew and bought all their strains. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure I paid Subcool's mortgage, you know? um, Jelly Bean was the one that I yielded the most out of, though.
Yeah, it was a big yielder. The jelly bean was for sure.
Oh, there you are. You're back.
That was I actually give out a bunch of the jelly bean for the grow along there. We dropped on his birthday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was Mystic Grower, right? And you?
Well, no, Mystic gave away some stuff during that time period, but no, that was Missy gave away some stuff, but North Star provided the genetics.
Okay, that's who it was. And that's, whatever. Yeah, I know North Star. I don't,
Yeah,
but yeah, he does. He's a good breeder. Yeah.
yeah, it's Joel is 100%.
Yeah.
Helped to breed a lot of those early on strains too.
Yeah,
Uh,
and he didn't get caught up in all the drama either. He was cool. I like him.
right
Cool guy.
on. So if you could get any of those originals back, which one would obviously probably the Jay's cleaner, but is there a second one you could, if you had your chance, what would you call off out of that original lineup?
Okay, so the jelly bean I had, I went up to Harborside, all the way up north, about 6 hour drive from here, and got, and it was that super mango candy one. He talked about in his videos about them having it, you know, and that's the one I had from Jelly Bean. So that one's on there, but Space Bomb. If I could get Space Bomb, I would. That would be my number one. Space Bomb was just at least the pheno I had, you know what I mean, was just a gooey plant. It was just like holy shit, and it was always green. You know what I mean? It never dried out brown. It was always like we want that green bud.
Yeah, there's so many good ones. Quasi Train was one of my favorites from that original era there.
Yeah,
That shit made excellent, super greasy hash. Crazy trained it.
You know which one was good too was, and this was kind of like the later on was it Grape Inferno?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And that one I lost it somehow and I was kind of bummed out, Yeah, damn it. But Deep Purple sucked. I didn't know mice would eat seeds, and I left the seeds out. It was a room that I didn't get into for a while, and freaking mice ate all of them. I had a couple packs. I had a stack of packs there, and then yeah, they all got munched. So I didn't get to grow that. That came from Attitude, the phone call there at the end. So you can't get it anymore. I can't hear you.
That's my bad, my friend.
Oh, okay.
So at what point did breeding, you talked about the roosters and all that, but
Yeah.
at one point when you're, running your garden, did you go, man, I think I'm gonna start making some my own shit, and why, I guess, why did you venture down that road?
It comes along with being a craftsman, I guess, carpenter and all that stuff. But like I said, when I was doing the dispensary and doing the clones, I wanted a niche, because I always had a niche. We have a certain way of framing, and you might know who Larry Hahn is, the old framer Larry Hahn, taught everybody how to do production houses type of framing. I wanted to try to come up with my own little way and get into the cannabis door. It never happened, because it was the green boom. Everybody was like, it was like the .com of freaking cannabis, dude. You could get in and be somebody. So I wanted to have my own strain, but back then I wasn't committed to it enough. You know what I mean? I always had to work and keep food on the table. So yeah, that'll play a big role in your choices in life.
Well, that says a lot to your character right there, my friend,
Yeah.
because as we know, a lot of people took the shortcut to that, you know what I mean? They just kind of dished out some stuff that they didn't even test or, didn't even care
All the
about, you
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. That's what I was saying when I was just buying seeds. I mean, I was buying Flying Dutchman, Nirvana, you name it. The like Sensi seeds and Mr. Nice and those companies, those were good genetics, and Greenhouse, man, I can't, I gotta give it up. Greenhouse Seed Company, I don't think anybody can compete with them. They are like, when you get Super Lemon Haze from them, it's Super Lemon Haze. When you get Exodus cheese, it's Exodus cheese, But they have a big, huge facility and labs. They're not some backyard boogie.
They're color coded and uh what are the pre-nutrients ready, you know what I mean, the microbes and everything already sprayed on there. What are your thoughts on that? And how do you think it's viable, I guess, for house for long-term storage? Do you think that coating is a factor for the long term, or is that you think you got to pop
I'm a
ASAP?
I'm a firm believer in what Subby told us. If you got seeds, pop those damn things. You know what I mean? He was big on that. Don't hold on to them, pop them. Because look what I do with Deep Purple. Now they're gone, and I'll never be able to pop those. I wish I would have popped them. At least I'd have a clone.
Yeah.
You know?
Or at least enjoy it, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Am I sideways? Because this whole screen's sideways right now.
Yeah, we can when on that we see more of the room, a bigger picture. When
How
it's
do I
up and it's more just you right
how do I get it
there.
turned? Oh,
Oh,
okay. You're
yeah,
not turned.
it's turned on my end.
Okay, not on my end. It's just black screen again.
Oh, that
It's
must be. So
it's
yeah, I can see you, the room, everything.
okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's my thing, Eagle, is pop them, man. Get going. Otherwise, I don't know what to tell you. I haven't really preserved any for a long time. So I don't know, To me, I'd put them in a Ziploc bag and put them in the freezer, or I put them in a Ziploc bag and put them in my safe, and I pop them within that year.
Well, that's the beauty, and I hope you don't give up on that dream myself. Your window hasn't passed for one, and you know what I mean. There's no, I guess, rush to the finish on that. You
No,
know
there's
what I mean? I would rather much see you put together that piece, the craftsman piece that we've talked about, something well groomed, you're very proud of, and everybody's gonna, get
yeah.
that every time they pop a seed.
I've thought,
I breeder pride.
yeah, exactly. I've thought about it, and what I would like to actually do is to see all the old weed nerds and whoever, the future weed nerds start just trading what they have. I mean, if somebody's got like the cut of Slimer and some weed nerds, man, you should be handing that out. I would. If anybody contacts me and they're like, "Hey, man, I want some of those seeds, or I want some cuttings." Yeah, here you go, dude. Here's some cuttings. If you're in my area, I'll even meet you. That's the way it should be. Otherwise,
Yeah,
they're going to be lost.
that's what actually I've said since his passing that I
Yeah,
would do with the stock that I hold, because
yeah,
I have I want to say 80%. 80% of everything ever released in test packs, you
yeah. That's
know, of
yeah,
that stock. And I would love to pop and pass. And we can't keep everything, but I'd love to be able to pop the packs that I have and then pass clones out free, just like he would have the seeds and shit, just to keep those genetics up and running.
yeah. He gave away so many seeds. You know what I mean? When I went to the Cannabis Cup, he gave me like multiple 10 packs because I bought, spent all that money.
I don't
Yeah,
think I could, and like you're kind of saying and had said too, I would, there's no way that I would ever try to, put that back out in seed form. So that's the best I feel I could ever do.
yeah, yeah. It's to me that you don't do that. It's disrespectful. You don't go. I don't go buy kosher Kush and then try to make kosher Kush. You know.
Well, and again, if you wanted to stay true to the version, you're gonna pull out a pheno and then you're gonna be like, okay, seeds are gone, but this is the best I found out of, the packs that I had.
Yeah.
And
That's what I liked about his style of growing. I called it the pheno finders because he always had like he liked the different phenos. You know what I mean? I like that about that. That was his style of growing, was giving us the option to find something in there that could have been a keeper. And if you could rub two brain cells together, you can move forward with that.
and the same aspect about that is he wasn't necessarily trying to rape us for those prices, though.
What,
You
50
know,
or 55 for a 10 pack or something like that? Yeah.
he was he definitely kept prices reasonable when a lot of people were making you reach for the stars for their genetics.
Yeah, like I said, but that was a big turnoff too. Like I said about the DJ Short, I ran over there to go get some, and I was like, "Geez, are these gold dipped? Are these going to take me up to go get Jack and the Beanstalk?"
It's a good strain, but as you kind of hinted to, I've heard it's just finicky.
Yeah, at that
Those
time,
who've done the work and found it good to you, but yeah, I mean, not for
yeah,
that price.
I was in the dispensary, and so it had to be fire. You know what I mean? It had to be for sure fire. I couldn't have any doubts in it. especially if you're going to spend the money and run it as a business. You still have overhead and all that stuff.
I see blue cheese in chat there. Blue cheese was a good one for me too, but that blue cheese that I had just wasn't a heavy yielder. It's good smoke, but it just didn't yield for me.
I like cheese. I had a cutting of UK cheese, Exodus cheese, whatever you want to call it. It was you could taste the cheese, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's definitely some good smoke. And I think anybody who's ever had a good cheese would agree that falls in the medicinal side of cannabis. It's a good smoke, but it has a super lot of medicinal value to it.
I made oh my god, this is a good one. My wife made some cookies, we do it through the butter in the crock pot and all that Yahoo, and then make the cookies out of that. Well, we did it out of that cheese. And I decided to take them with me to this job where we're framing like these big houses that require a big tractor to pick up all the wood. All of us framers were freaking high as a kite because of the cookies made out of that cheese. It was so medicinal.
Yeah, I cannabis and construction, as kind of talked about in the trades, I think it very much does go underrated. The gentleman I was telling you about off air, I guess, I apprenticed under for many, many years. That fucker would tell me that I don't trust people on the roof that don't get high. You gotta get high to get high. He said anybody I've ever worked with, they didn't smoke weed. They were the first one to do something stupid on the roof or fall off. And he's froze or super interested. I can't tell. Cheers, everybody. Stony Creek 710. What is up? He is gone. Hopefully coming back. Oh, cheers, cheers, cheers. Um, Captain Scrog is back.
We good?
We good.
Dude, I am sorry.
No worries, my friend.
This country living ain't all it seems to be sometimes, huh?
Just when it comes to internet, and that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I turned off the Wi-Fi. Maybe this should help.
Yeah, my friend, for sure. Yeah, that's I can appreciate the country living though. I tried to do well, not to this side, the other side of the lake here, man. And it's just shitty internet, and and on top of it, it's like it can be like the weekender sort of like tourist shit.
Oh,
So when they come up on the weekends, uh it taps our fucking resources. So the
yeah.
towers are set up for an extra influx of fucking 5, 10,000 people and shit. So doing a show, man, there's many episodes where all those problems were on my end. That used to be a thing. I can't believe that just blew my mind, to be honest with you. That used to be a thing. Like the prelims that I kind of went over with you there
Yeah.
beforehand, that used to be a thing. I used to be like, oh, I might disappear. And if I do, you're gonna be the host and you have two options. All the past guests are probably like, yep, I heard this. You will be the host. You have two options. You can either panic and fucking hit that end button, or you can hold it down and I will be back as soon as possible. And there was fucking a lot of episodes where I fucking did indeed fucking disappear and fucking fucking my favorite one was probably the worst one. And man, I wish Miss these nugs. If you're out there, you watch one of these episodes, man, we greatly miss your smile on your fucking face. Miss these nugs. Man, I got that lady's name wrong in the shout outs for fuck the longest. It was Mr. D's Nugs. Uh these nuts. Mr. D's nuts for a while. And then it was Mrs. D's nuts. And she, oh man, oh shit. She's like, it's Miss D's nugs. And she came,
Yeah.
oh man, super awesome lady. But during her episode, man, I fell out a couple of times. And I think by the third time I came back in, she was like, she hits me up. She's like, welcome back to the Miss D's Nug Show. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
used to 100% be just an everyday thing for me. So
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. I watched a couple of those interviews. Usually when I'm doing something around the house, I have the show up on my TV, you know what I mean? So it's just kind of background ambiance.
Just like Subcool, man. There's a lot of moments that we've built in these chats as well, man, that are
Yeah.
every bit of as memorable as the ones we've talked about for sure.
Well, and it helps us connect. Like for example, with me, I'm thinking about switching to Himpy buckets. And I think it's your show where you have Bingus on, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I was just listening to him, man. I was on his show the other day asking questions. And I went on to his videos. And I would have never known about Bingus if it wasn't for talking shit with people, dude. You know?
Man, there's so many awesome folks that like yourselves that's put in some time and obviously you know shit about breeding as well, man. I'm hoping that, that is I guess we're skipping it forward a little bit that you're hanging out a little bit more in the weed nerd world,
Yeah.
talking and answering some questions and whatnot, man. It's everybody loves to talk breeding,
Yeah.
and proper breeding should be discussed.
The one thing I want to make clear is, like I said, is they're tools. And you got to, it's like, you're not going to use a freaking crescent wrench for everything. So you're not going to back cross on everything, you'll hit problems. So just need to understand how to bring genetics out. And that's the thing, is most people aren't teaching how they do, or they talk about in a way that it's hard to understand. And there's the guy that's my mentor. His name is Kenny Triano. I mean, if people want to watch his show, they can go on his show on YouTube and watch it. They do talk about chickens, but breeding is breeding. It's excelled with how far I've moved with this, making the deuce what I want. You know what I mean? Getting what I wanted out of it. It's really excelled, and I feel really, really confident in what I have. I'm happy. And now I'm at the point where you get to a point where you just see really quick progression, and then you hit a point where all that stops because you got where you wanted, but that's where you want to be. So it's fun.
As we dig deeper, I've said it 100 times, man. It changes you as a person. You find out, where you stand in the grand scheme of things. You find out how you relate to a lot of things. But as you found the similarities in breeding, the roosters and cannabis, my revelation was with digging into the soil. And again, I give much credit to Subcool for, kind of taking me at being back and forth with soil.
Yeah.
I for many reasons have been back and forth with it. At one point, maybe you can appreciate this. I had turned my garage space, the 1212, framed that all into where that was all grow. and
Yeah.
but as we both know, in a clear span like that, weight is 100% a matter. And so at one point, as the pots started stacking up, I could start to quickly see the sag, and I was like, okay, something's got to give here, and something's got to be lighter than this dirt. So I started experimenting in other mediums, and for
Yeah.
me, cocoa was the lighter of everything because it dried out so quick, and even soaking wet, it was much lighter than said pot of
Yeah.
soil. So at one point, because of weight reasons, I got into straight cocoa, and but once I got back on the ground, I got back into soil, uh, back and forth with cocoa. They ain't my show. I don't want to get too deep into it, but Smiley brought me back to like serious soil, not just mixing soil, but uh, wanting to more or less sustain, reuse. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Not just mix and dump as I kind of kind of promoted, which I don't feel was a bad method. It's an amazing method. It saves a lot of growers hell of a lot of hassle, and produces some amazing bud. But it's not he wasn't preaching sustainability. So as I kind of dug deeper into soil with Smiley there, uh, I wanted to understand how things worked. And through like opening the door with microbes, I found that same relationship that you found with like, roosters and breeding, I found with plants and us, you know what I mean? That we weren't so fucking different, and how we operate with the microbes and the nutrients, fucking minerals. It was like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So it's same, there's a lot of similarities as you see in the roosters and breeding, I see in the plants and us as well. So it's
Yeah.
a
That.
it, amazing plant for sure.
Yeah, it is. It's a fun one too. It's. Yeah. I hope it doesn't go anywhere. It's especially with the way things are going now.
So when you're breeding here, what are some of the traits that you're looking for as far as I guess first, second, talk us through the
First,
what.
first thing I look for is it's got to be the perfect package. I like close nodes. So I'm looking for that in veg. I'm looking for vigor, how it's growing, blah, blah, blah. First thing I'm also about is smell. It's gotta be fruity. I like fruity smelling weeds. I'm all about flavor. That's why I like cherry gasm, because that cut that I got out of the cherry gasm, I lost my cherry gasm, you know what I mean? Or I was gonna be losing it. I can't remember exactly how the story went, but I just knew that I needed to cross it to basically because the shed was just not working, man. Everything was turning into Mr. Burns in there. It was all drying out. So I needed to cross it and reset the shop, you know what I mean, and get going. So that's why I crossed that, because I knew the only way I was going to get what I wanted was to cross it with anything and then just try to search it out and get as close as I could. I don't have well, yeah, I do have a couple of cherry gasms left, but I don't. They're just crosses right now. Okay, you know what I mean. Um, Sorry, I kind of got lost. You want to remind me where I was?
We're talking about like selection during the first round. And since
Yeah,
I got the mic, I'm wondering, is bud structure like high on the list of selectable traits on the first round?
yeah.
Because is that something you think you can you can fix late on the later end? And so if it's a loose bud that's super terpy, I mean, are you like, oh yeah, she's so terpy, even though she's a looser bud, I might be able to fix her later on with some, better phenols.
I go for the perfect package because it's in there. If you brother sister cross, it's in there. You know what I mean? You'll find what you're looking for. I swear to God, if you do the brother sister cross and get it right where you need, you might have to pop a shitload of seeds too to find it, but it is what it is. You'll find it. Okay, so when it comes to bud structure for me, I like that fucking stretched out, fucking Apollo 13 looking fucking Cindy 99 bud. I'm looking for that, but I'm looking for the trichomes. I like it trichome color covered, and I'm looking for a nice taste. And usually I don't go for like the straight lemon taste but that's me, this is my selection. I go for more of like the crisp OG with that, I mean, if you've had super lemon haze, that haze aftertaste. I like that. So I look kind of like for a mixture, and then once I find that taste I like, then I try to stay there. Yeah.
Right on. So the second round, what are you necessarily looking for? Is it more just vigor at that point?
Yeah, well, you can get vigor back. But remember what I said, if you try to breed true lines. So if you pop seeds and you already popped your brother, sister, now you're there, and you just keep another line and go, you know what I mean? You can choose 3 males and 3 females out of that. This is if you're breeding, because you can always just cut a clone and go back to a clone. That's the easy part about breeding cannabis, but it's the part that could fuck you up too, because you might go back and put a bunch of shit in there you didn't want. You know what I mean? So see, with the chickens, it's a lot harder. You have to maintain these lines, or you'll lose it. The guy I got mine from, he's had them for 30 years. The same bird, he's never added a new bird in there.
So as somebody with the name Captain Scrog, are you looking for something that is more I guess sativa dom, something that you can it's got that stretch, and you can manipulate for a little bit longer before, even in flower, something indica, especially as tight noted as you're talking, isn't gonna be a super stretcher. It's gonna be a bitch to train.
Yeah. So you got to do the long veg. I like a long veg. Once again, refer back to Subcool, right? What was his belief in it? Grow big fucking plants. Those fucking skunk ones I have in there, when I finally get that grow room done, they're gonna be, when they finish flower, those lights are gonna be all the way to the roof, like it's supposed to be. And I'm gonna run it in the 4 quadrants. I'm gonna have because I have 2 lights, and they're high pressure sodiums. I don't know how I am about LEDs yet. I'm still old school. I do have an LED in there, so we'll give it a shot. Anyways, I'm going to do 4 plants under one light and 4 plants under the other, and cycle it. I'm really going to just stick to the basics. What's that saying? KISS, keep it simple, stupid. So, but yeah, on the breeding part, yeah, I look for that sativa that's going to stretch. I like that, and that's why I like the Deuce Jack's cleaner. I mean, you should see the males that come out of that. If anybody wants seeds and they want to see the male, and Sub said it in that, if you read the book or if you ever talk to him about it, he would say, look for the biggest yielding female, because they all do come out. That strain, he did a good job. When my brother's sister crossed them, they were all real close. There was different variations and subtle variations. You would have to look for it.
How many strains have you bred out so far?
Not that many. The first go around, here we go, story time. The first go around was when we were in the ghetto shack, and I selected a male from was it Punch? It was from Flying Dutchman. Something Punch. It was a skunk one crossed with something. I think it was another company called it the Real McCoy. Anyways, that was one selection I had, but I was trying to go into the National Guard at that time, because I wanted to give I just wanted something for my kids. We didn't have insurance or anything. So I was like, oh shit, I got to get them insurance. And I remember getting ready to go into that, and I got real close to going in, and then I was going to switch it over to the Arizona National Guard. But a buddy of mine, he must have heard what was going on, and he called me up and he was like, hey man, I'm going to get you a job here. So I got a really good job working in the hospitals, flipping hospitals. So yeah, That go around ended that, because since I thought I was going into the National Guard, I got rid of all my fucking plants like an idiot. You know what I mean? Quit smoking weed and all that.
That's always tough, man, for sure. So,
Yeah.
what did you have to quit? You quit? Honestly, had quit cannabis altogether then, eh?
Yeah, I quit for a while. I think it was like 2 years or so.
Oof.
Yep. I had to go back to school because I didn't finish high school, so I had to go back and finish all that up. So I mean, I just wanted to be serious about it. And I'm glad I didn't go. I'm so glad I didn't go. A buddy of mine, he must have heard what was going on. He got me like the golden gauntlet of jobs. You know what I mean?
Right on. Right
Yeah.
on. So I guess outside of did so before I even ask the next question and go in another direction. Um, did you finish the sub story? Remember, you asked me to remind you to go back to
Yeah.
the sub story.
Finish of the sub story was me trying to get him out here. Uh, yeah, I try. I wanted to. Yeah, I really tried, guys. You know what I mean? Because I was just like, dude. And then what he told me was that basically he didn't fill out the proper paperwork or something like that. That's what happened, and that he didn't know if he would be able to transfer over, but he wanted to rather be in California at that point. And then the next week he passed away. I think the next week or two. I mean, we were just started conversation on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
My wife was cool with it and all that. 'Cause I mean, I even talked to her about it.
Yeah,
So
we should have took you up on that for sure.
yeah, I would have done, even if he would have came here for a minute and we would have gotten a fight or whatever. At least I would have fucking been like, hell yeah, he's out of there, dude. Get away from the fucking tweaker.
Yeah. It was amazing how many yeah, turned tails at that point. Kind of sad. But yeah, so boy, it makes it harder to ask the next question. I was gonna ask outside of subs great work, there some gems that you've come to appreciate over the years.
Oh hell yeah. The old school guys. I mean, like he's passed away now, Mr. Nice and all those guys. I mean, it's awesome, Those guys really Ben Dronkers and Neville and all those guys, if everybody reads their stories, those guys were the pioneers. You know, a lot of cool information out there on it. I'm still glad we have like Todd McCormick around who talks about it and all that. You know,
Yeah, I still that's one thing I'm grateful about for YouTube and other podcasts like this that are getting these stories that are priorly untold. You know what I mean? Even though myself and a lot of people, you know what I mean? We've
yeah,
seen it in genetics and everything else, you know, how versions of this strain, this, and again, Breeder Steve, I'm trying different cultivars, you know what I mean?
yeah,
How they came about, uh, in the questionable stories of this, that, you know what I mean? There's different stories on how this cannabis thing has come about and evolved and who did who and their place and what, you know what I mean? But
yeah,
as I've said 1,000 times, and I've taken a lot of shit for this, you know what I mean? I will most certainly let them tell their stories. You know what I mean? Yeah, and they're entitled to that. We haven't walked their footsteps. We haven't, you know what I mean? We weren't there in a lot of cases. Maybe some of us were, some of us weren't, but you know what I mean? It's there. It it's we can't, we can't dictate that story. So all we can do is let them tell their fucking stories. And
Yeah.
then we as people on the other side can kind of try our best to weave it together. You know what I mean? And
Yes, sir.
eventually, as more and more of these stories come out, you know what I mean? There'll be some validity, you know what I mean? As stories come out, just like as you learn about growing or anything else, you multi-source something, you know what I mean? The truths tend to line up. You know what I mean? Shit
Yeah.
starts to go, okay, I can read between the lines. It might be come from different stories, different, stories, but yeah, here are the truths, the underlying truths. And I think as we let these people tell their stories and shit like that, even though they may not line up and people may say that's not true. They have the right to tell it and we will eventually piece together it all. But well, if we quick to throw stones and don't allow people to tell their stories or try to cut them off, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll never have the fucking stories. They'll never come out and never fucking tell us.
Yeah.
So
I like your show for that reason, and I wish we would have encouraged more weed nerds to come out, because you know how many more people have the same story similar that I have, that he's, you know what I mean? He watched this show and there's that one dude. It's like, man, I'm up in the mountains and I've just yielded blah 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 $6,000 a month. I mean, so many dudes like that,
yeah.
weed nerds
Yeah.
like, and that was what's cool. The weed nerds is a tight family. I dig it.
We are. We are. And yeah, I'm glad to say that we are. I still kicking that legacy, that was the other thing too, man. If if you were a weed nerd, you really gave a shit during that time period when that mic went silent. Oh, God. You know what I mean? It was literally like somebody fucking had ripped the heart out of the fucking community or our community. You know what I mean? That dead silence, was haunting. I know I worried about, everybody else that I communicated with, we had all built up, a nice, we nerd family throughout the years, and the thought of it all just coming apart, because it seemed, even though the YouTube things were out there and shit like that, it did seem, a little different. You know what I mean? When I tried to explain it to somebody the other day, I explained it to them as sub was our hub. Every family has a hub, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles. They can fucking be fucking crazy and off the board, and a lot of them won't get along, and fucking all different walks of life and shit. But there's always that hub of the family, and it might be an uncle's house, it might be grandma's house, it might be, wherever. But it's always that place where fucking the family gravitates to, either for the holiday events or whatever. And for us, Sub was the hub. You know what I mean? We all came to see him, but we all came there to get high and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, yeah, he put forth something really super cop special for sure.
Here's a cool one for you. So, like, we go out to Havasu from here and stuff. It's a big lake, go out boating. I have memories when I'm coming down like the mountain into the desert, because you're watching him on freaking the TV while you're driving, or on the phone while you're driving. You know what I mean? So it's kind of, for me, it's a kind of a trip, because I'll be out in the middle of nowhere coming down and I'm like, God damn it, Sub. Damn it, Sub. You know what I mean? Because he's always on freaking had something going, dude.
But
So
a lot of the true weed nerds, I think, are fucking our garden suffered from the times when he would be like super on, you know what I mean? Because we'd spend all those times that we should have fucking been watering or defoliating. something in our garden, and fucking we'd be hanging out, fucking talking with the fucking weed nerds and hanging out with Sub and shit. So like when he was on a lot, I mean, garden work suffered in a lot of gardens just because we were hanging out, fucking doing whatever and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So what's
Yeah.
your episode that he had?
What's that?
What was your favorite Weed Nerd episode?
Oh fuck. That's so many. I don't there's well, there's the one that bonded me and Sub that actually changed our fucking well, there was one that actually bonded us together as friends. And read chat, sorry. Um uh there was one that it was never aired. It was aired and it was taken down, and that one kind of bonded us as friends. But as far as like favorite, uh it would probably be, I don't know. I want to say 70s through 100. No way, like in I can't, it's hard to name one, but that I think right around that era, Sub started coming into his own and really had the radio thing going where he came on the fucking music,
Yeah.
and he'd fucking come rocking out, fucking just like I don't know. It was he put out a really cool vibe at that point in his videos. You know what I mean? It
Yeah.
wasn't just grow videos, but it was starting to morph off into, what we became more normal for a lot of us, where he was more listening to music and talking news and then some garden updates and shit like that. But I would say, yeah, right around 70, the 75s through the 100, maybe 60 to 100 phase there when he, is transitioning to, what it is now. A little less learning. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
still putting forth the knowledge, the school of dank and all that, but it was a little less, you know, it was more this up we remember. So
Yeah.
60s to 100.
Mine was because it's when I just started seeing it was when he was growing time wreck. The big quadrant and danky time wreck, and he had like the Lush LED light. You know what I mean? He was fucking with that thing and pissing Lush off with it. Yeah. So what was those? Those would probably be the 200s, 260s.
Oh yeah, he when he ended up there, well, yeah, it was right around the 260s.
Ganja farmer, ganja farmer. Yeah,
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 that was the Mendo when he first started listening to Mendo Dome.
yeah,
Yeah. That was yeah, that wasn't not too far after he actually fell, broke his leg there, going out to the garden there one night.
oh yeah, that's right. Remember when he fell on the box? Was that in Oregon when he was still in Oregon, or was that right when they moved to Cali and he freaking fell and hit his back?
Oh, that was Cali. Yeah.
That was the video. Oh my god! I remember I rewinded that. I was like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah, good times.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
do you make any hash? I mean, so
Got I do it the old fashioned way. You make the ice slurry in the 5-gallon buckets and you drain them, you know. I don't get all fancy with that. The only thing I get fancy on is I put them out and I'll actually like wait till they dry out or freeze them, and then do like what is it, Bubble Man, where they shave it or whatever, with the cheese grater.
Yeah,
I don't go any crazier than that.
I still
Like,
think that. Yeah, that's going a little crazy myself. I like the patties. It's I don't know the drying method. I guess it's.
yeah,
I love the old school bubble hash myself.
yeah.
Uh,
Do you watch? Do you know of John Burr Furlow or Fellow, whatever his name is?
yeah, I used to hang out with Bubble Man back in the day, in the
Yeah,
old videos.
he has that video where he does the micron screen and drops them and trims on that. That's what I like.
Uh,
That probably be my perfect way to trim right there. Because I like that kind of hash or whatever you want to call that.
like a dry sift kind of.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, my favorite way to trim, like when I used to go up north up to Humboldt, back in the days, and we would trim. My favorite thing was I would take like just like an old. Well, I use my old welding nozzle. The nozzle, the welding gel. You can get that can. I would use like that can, but I take a big sponge, cut the sponge up, and put it in the can. Just stick with me here. You'll see where I'm going. I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent. And I would put a sponge in there and put rubbing alcohol in that, and then cut a hole in the lid. You get like several trays like these, and I would just lay those out, and then you just tear it up, man, and you never have to ever clean your scissors because you trim, then you put them in that sponge, and you just take your scissors and you cut sponge up, and you pull them out, and you just keep trimming. So that was my way. So when I go up north, I could try to get at least like 4 pounds a day trim.
So, I guess how long through your growing career before you actually set up on staying with the Scrog method? For me, that I can appreciate it, but I can not appreciate the Scrog.
You
I
got
have the do's and don'ts, I guess.
Well, you got to do it right. You got to set it up so it's easy on you, right? So like you're not going to take your plant and put it in the middle of the netting. And if you're doing a huge area of netting, I'm sorry, you already failed. You got to have walkways. You got to be able to get in there and rip all the bottoms out. And when I always think of the first layer as dirt, my first layer of netting is my dirt. So that's where I want my plant to really grow. Everything underneath that netting gets stripped. Take all that out, keep the plant towards the front, or however many plants you have, but keep them towards the front of your work area and just let that plant grow out. And then, you know what I mean? And then as the buds go, you put your second big 4-inch or whatever inch. I like the little tiny holes. I like to get that plant just spread out, and then I try to keep on, like if my pot is 16 inches off the ground, my scrog's going to be set up at 17 inches. I'm not joking. So you're not wasting any veg time.
Uh, so do you prefer like almost like a snow foot, like snow fence type spacing?
Exactly. Yeah. Real tight, that way you don't
Um,
need anything either. You're not topping. You're just laying it out. And if you have a problem with your plant being bendy, I don't know, add silica. Go get some kelp. I don't know.
See, I guess maybe that's why, my woes of the scrog is I was always trying to utilize them in a tent. And uh yeah, maintenance in a 4x4 that you can only
Yeah.
reach one side. There's a lot of bending over and top and bottom. Trying to clean up the bottoms could be quite a headache. And
Yeah.
then there's always, having to, in my opinion, monocrop that space because cutting multiple strains out of a scrog has always been a headache for me. The few times I've tried it, I've always thrown one branch in there that wasn't supposed to be into that tray. Yeah.
That's why I liked my idea. Like I told you about the 4x4s that would drop in and then you just cut the stems. and boom, it's done, you know. And then by the time it gets to that point, it's so tangled up in that netting. I mean, I would almost recommend using chicken wire, you know, like that small of netting.
Good.
Yeah. And just weave it through it. It is what it is, man. You don't want stems, right? You're not growing stems. You need to be growing buds.
Good.
But the problem is yeah, I like a big veg time. So by the time you're done with it, that is a big ass plant.
Well, that's that's the way if you want a necessarily a true representative representation, there we go, excuse my cotton mouth, of
Yeah.
that plant, you need to let that plant mature fully before throwing it into flower. The only
Yeah.
other way you're going to get that is multiple runs of that cultivar, you know what I mean, before you actually going to see, oh yeah, you know what I mean, you start it from a seed and you don't necessarily let it fully mature, you'll see some traits that first round, and then as you run that clone a little bit further out, you'll notice, oh yeah, she's changed a little bit in the second and third rounds. And if you don't, you can avoid that by growing a bigger plant, letting it fully mature before you throw it into flower. And flower, that's another thing too, is plant count's always a thing. You know what I mean? We haven't been blessed to actually treat it like a plant, like it should fucking be. We have to count it by weight and fucking THC numbers, and of course the good mighty plant count. So why waste your fucking plant count in a little itty bitty plant when you can fucking maximize and do it right?
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
And you actually hit on another point too. And every breeding, doesn't matter what animal or species, whatever you're talking about, they don't teach to breed young to young. You breed old to young, either which way, male or female, but you never breed young to young. They need to all be with my birds, for example, they at a minimum 2 years before you want to breed them, because there's also genetic triggers that come out, like your gray hair is a genetic trigger, so as we get older we get gray hair, but at what age, yada yada, and keeps going.
I was arguing that fact last night, kind of jokingly, in last night's Weed Nerd World, that again, relating ourselves back to the plant, I have found that gray hair is brought on for multiple reasons. Stress being one of them will bring you some gray hair, but again, it's more of a mineral deficiency. Your body's requiring more copper at that time, and actually, higher levels of copper will reverse gray. Uh, if you can kind of keep that into check. So I kind of wonder, as we go through life and you see people that are graying at an earlier age, that maybe they're eating more fast food living, they're working a little bit harder, depleting themselves a little bit more, and not necessarily getting in proper mineral and nutritional intake that they should. Yeah, I'm sure it could be a gene trigger, but I think as we kind of look at ourselves more in a plan, I kind of look at that as much our leaves and shit like that. You know what I mean? Got a little bit of gray going around the edges there. Let's look at the book. Look at the book.
No, see, you hit on the three-legged stool because you said it. That was all three of them. That was God damn it, I'm losing my brain here. That was nutrients, right? Because copper and all that, that's your nutrients. And then you have your what's the area around you? I'm brain farting here. I'm all stoned.
Environment.
Sorry, man. So there you have environment's going to affect your stress and all that, So yeah, that's your three-legged stool. That affects everything down the road. I mean, from the very day one, like when I select, man, I start with the seed. I'm trying to find this what I'm talking about right here so I can. But yeah, I mean, it starts with the seed all the way through. You should be getting rid of anything that you don't want, and if it's got any kind of defect, just breed away from it. Do not breed defects. Mutations, so to say. But some mutations are good; they can bring a good variation. It depends.
True that. True that.
Yeah, I mean, there's and you can screw yourself up real quick. You know what I mean? If you don't understand recessive and dominant, I don't want to get into all that. People get into that on their own. But if you don't understand co-dominant and all that stuff, I mean, you can breed some shit you don't want and never get it out. Like hermaphrodites, you know what I mean? Or whatever you call it, hermaphrodism or whatever.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, I hope you do take your breeding, continue to breed. I know life tends to change our paths for one reason or another. And like I
Yeah,
kind of stated, at this point, you kind of need to focus more on, the construction side of things. But I hope, really do hope that, you continue along the lines of, you know, that's the beauty of it. It can stay in the background, you know what I mean? And you continue to,
yeah.
yeah.
I want to just keep doing what I'm doing. And just if someone wants something down the road, here you go, dude. Enjoy. You know what I mean? I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, so I have my staple. You know what I mean? So I have. It's just the way I am. I want 20 years from now to still have that. You know. Yeah,
So,
I'll
oh,
come
I'm
back.
sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm apologizing for getting buried into that book trying to find that.
Uh, So, so do you ever see yourself coming back to cannabis, even though,
No, like
no,
like like dispensary wise again and running a shop like that.
yeah.
No, it was fun. It was super fun, dude. But it's not the way it is now. No, because it's all big green. You have to have huge greenhouses and mass amounts. Yeah, they wouldn't be fun. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be my little. It was like almost my like lab. It was like my scientific lab almost.
So, do you think that, in your opinion, that the craft market or like a farmer's market will ever come back into play?
I think it's still there. I just think people are so established, and yeah, it's something I could get into. But after experiencing what it's like getting into this construction business and then our other business, I'd have to hit that so head on. You know what I mean? Because of those, everybody that's in it's been doing it for a long time, and they deserve it. They've worked hard.
It's one of those things too, man. Life's throwing us some curveballs too, man.
Yeah,
The cannabis stream that we've had, as we've seen legislation go across the country and it making it harder and harder to kind of make that threshold to keep going on our dreams. And not to mention the prices, plummeting. Uh, it's harder to sustain that cannabis dream. But I don't know. And on that good aspect, though, construction's one of those things. I said I kind of seen it coming a long time ago, where I was like, well, I really believe, carpentry and shit like that is going to be a well-paying career at some point, just because nobody's going to want to do the shit. You know what I mean? Flat out, nobody's gonna want to fucking do this shit. And if you know how to do this shit, you're gonna be able to make some money. And I think we've came to that point where we're already
yeah,
seeing it. Nobody wants to work, and the people that are working are kind of hacky. And you know what I mean? I think just like anything else, if you're good at what you do, this is the time to make some good money in the construction industry.
Yeah, and it's something the route I'm going. It's honestly something I can do when I'm old, but I mean old because it's like as a general contractor, I can just put kids on, get some kids that need to make some money too, and provide them with a job, put them on stuff. You know what I mean? That's what I'm looking for right now because that's the next. I mean, what next 20, 30 years? That goes by. You know what I mean? So I got to start thinking that route.
So would you keep cannabis open to the, back to the family thing, I guess. All my kids, all my kids, all my kids, love you girls. All of them said fucking no cannabis. I'm never gonna smoke that weed. Never, 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 never. All three smoke weed today. And
Right,
it wasn't from me like, pushing it on them or whatever, it wasn't by me bragging it up in any means. They came around on their own. And
right.
they, but secretly, I always hoped they would. So, how do you feel about your kids coming up and maybe,
That's
wanting to cultivate or consume cannabis at some point?
oh, that'd be fun. You know what I mean? Especially if I'm still living here with my little grow room I made. We could have our little thing. And yeah, and then I pass away and hopefully one of them would take it. I say the same thing with my birds because I plan on having them. Hopefully I could keep breeding them and keep going. And then if I die, it's just, but if I die and it just disappears and whatever it is, what it is, but it'd be cool if like, yeah, this is my dad's strain. He loves smoking this.
There we go. What about the love for breeding or the cultivation side of things? Because I've kind of talked about, man, it's a very enriching additive to your life. You know what I mean? And I think that's something that it will continue to teach and enrich life, our lives, their lives for generations to come. How do you would how and when would you think you would kind of encourage cultivation side of things?
It would have to be, I'm a believer in like, let them do what they want to do. Right. No matter what it is in life, because that's the beautiful part of life. But let's say it happened from day one. Let's say it's at 18. Cool, let's do it. But yeah, I can't do it before then. Right. But yeah, it would be fun. That'd be great. But they already see me gardening because I have a spot that I fenced up that's privacy that I garden outside in, and they see it. They know. I'm sure my little daughter doesn't know exactly what's going on, but I could see that her or my son probably in the future. Because like I said, my kid's still young. Who knows? It could change.
All right, Dan. I don't like the button on the mic, the mute button on the mic. It is
Yeah.
fucking very not sensitive. Sitting there beating on it, going, "Come on, come on, turn back out, turn back out."
Hey, can I take a quick like little break? Is that cool? Or
Yeah, yeah, no problem. Go right ahead, my friend.
right back? Is that all right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. I'm sorry.
no worries. Cheers, Chad DLP 2372. Cheers to you. Ryan, how you doing, my friend? I'm seeing you guys having some fun in chat. Aldridge 25. Nico D. How you doing? Of course. Who else we had? Chat currently. Ned Denver. Cheers you. Martial Artist 2012. Much respect. Hopefully John's still hanging out in chat. Johnny Caniseed again, going through some medical issues. If you guys fucking love Johnny, please send him some positive vibes. I'm sure he needs it. And if you're in the Vegas area, please help him out with go just hit him up, man. See if he needs any help with anything or how the deal. Angel side piece, cheers to you. Nope. no personal reminder there. There's John. Cheers to you. We is 207. How you guys doing? What are you smoking on? Truth, you still out there listening? Cheers to you and your awesomeness. Spreading out those stickers. Man, it's very heartwarming. Kazoo, hopefully you enjoyed my snapshots of your fuck the MC or suck it MCMA t-shirt that I was sporting yesterday. I don't know. Sometimes I do have fun with some pics. It's oddly enough because if you would have known me way before this long, long ago, I fucking hate pictures. I hated pictures, but now I fucking selfie fucking pool. Texas Weed Hopper, how you doing? Shooters, growing show. How you doing? Pushmaster. Captain Scrog, cheers to you, my friend.
I'm sorry about that.
No worry, nature happens, my friend.
Yeah, I had to go to the restroom. So, where were we?
Well, we were in the transition of our next subject or whatever we would like to talk about. So obviously your veg technique or your favorite veg technique is Scrog, but how is there any techniques you use during the Scrog? Do you like to use the mega crop, I guess is the proper term,
I
where the snapping between the bud sites when you're scrogging out to kind of maximize yield? And have you tried it and do you see the benefits?
I see the benefits in doing it every way. It just depends on your, like, again, like what's your outcome, what's your tool, what do you want? Do you want a big bush? Do you want to lollipop it? Like when I grew with the CFLs and I was growing with the Afghan, it's a real tight, compact plant. Remember I was saying I built that big, huge plywood, heavy box, and it had air conditioning, and I installed box fans and ran electrical. it was retarded. But anyways, I had to keep the plant like looking like literally like a lollipop because it was so small and tight in the CFL. So I would top the hell out of it, take off everything off the bottom, and then have great yields up on top of, quality stuff because you're not wasting energy on the bottom. But then there's been times where like these skunk ones, I might just grow them the old school subcool way and throw some bamboos in there and let them just stretch out and grow in there. So in that instant, yeah, I probably wouldn't take much off the bottom. I would still take the suckers off, and if I want to top and get them out there, sometimes I like to top like when they're early seeds to get that, that four. If you're going to grow in a nice quadrant, do it that way.
I'm a firm believer in stress factors. I really believe um well, multiple things you can do in your room as far as like temperature swings. Moreover, just not supporting the plant as much as you've kind of just talked about with the stakes. I kind of like to let them naturally flop until damn near that point of snap, if whenever possible. I think
Yeah.
that brings a lot out. So, is there some kind of stressors that you do in your rooms to kind of, since you've already, and a lot of times have that scrog going, so you know what I mean? You're kind of, you know what I mean? Once you train a plant, or like we've talked about, anytime you manipulate anything for a period of time, you support it. I think that plant goes, I'm already being supported. I ain't gotta necessarily worry about, you know, so is there anything that you do to kind of initiate some stress factors to secret weapons, I guess, secret tools that you utilize during the flowering phase?
All right. So I'm just going to wrap myself out, and being in my grow room is a stressor. I don't run air conditioning. I'm a cheap ass. So I don't run air conditioning. So come around summertime, you shutting off indoor flowering, you know what I mean? And you're growing outside. Since I'm always busy, I can't quite always keep up with waterings as much as I want to. I agree with you 100% that, yeah, it makes a tougher plant, but it like I said, when it comes to, and I'm going to just use breeding for the example. When it comes to like breeding, you want everything to be perfect so you can get the most out of it. You know, it would be like almost comparing someone in Somalia who doesn't get all the nutrients they want versus, you know, us big fat Americans that get a plethora of everything we need. You know, you can see the difference in our bodies in the muscle mass and all that. But does it make a hardier plant? Yeah. I think more stress makes a hardier, tougher plant. I mean, I couldn't argue with that. Look at us construction workers. We're out there beating ourselves up in the sun all day and our skin's tough and our, you know, most guys that I know that are older still doing construction are still rock solid tough. You go punch them in the abs, it's probably going to hurt your hand, you know.
Yeah, definitely. But I don't know. With that being said, too, I guess the stressor issue, I think that that's what a lot of growers would consider. That's what outdoors, that's part of the recipe for outdoors are the
So
microbial pressures and shit like that, or which are all stressors to the plant, stuff like that.
so outdoor, I think, is a total different realm because you have the sun beating down on that. And I from my experience growing up here, when I grow under a shade cloth, it's a little more leafy than like the plant that I have out now, just out here on my patio that grew straight in the sun. It ain't the prettiest plant, but holy shit, man, it's good smoke. That's this stuff, you know, in that can that I pulled early that I smoke a little bit and you're just like, woo, you're wired. It's good, you know.
The sun does add a lot for sure. But again, is it the time you harvested? You know what I mean? It's because you said you pulled it a little early. So does that have a little bit to do with the recipe as well? The trichomes themselves are a little in the heady stage.
I would say so because the way it's looking now, the whole, you know what I mean? We've all seen it when you let it go for a long time. I let it go a long time and it's the whole plant's kind of changed that color. You know what I mean? And but that's what I like. I like it right.
How do you feel about California's cannabis culture today, as in like the cannabis culture that you grew up in? You know, do you ever think it will, has it changed for the better? And do you think it'll ever get back to possibly the days you loved? You know what I mean? The culture you grew up with.
Okay. That's a good question. That's a really good question. So for me, I left out because I do apologize. I got really excited there and started spewing my whole story real fast at the beginning. That's why I was like, yeah, we're gonna have to come back to this. I'll get going. So there was when I was younger, probably like right after high school, I got to see the old timers heading up to Humboldt. They would load up in a trailer, you know what I mean, a nice travel trailer. We called it running the gauntlet because the cops knew what was going on. So they were sitting on the Interstate 5. And anybody that's in the chat that's experienced it, they'll know if they've done it. Running the gauntlet, man. It's a serious. Your heart would be beating sometimes because you have pounds in your car just reeking, and you spent a good month or more trimming. You know what I mean? So you're trying to get to the payday. Anyways, so I grew up watching the old timers loading up in trailers and going up to Humboldt, doing that, coming down. And we'd help them unload, and we'd all get to sample a little bit. And we all knew, like, okay, cool, man, this season he's going to have good stuff to sell, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I watched that all get taken away. It's gone. It's done. That's not happening anymore. And that was a big income for people, huge income. You know, it wasn't just a bunch of losers, blah, 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 growing dope. You know, this was a full on functional business. So I watched that part go. And then I watched the backpack days come in. And I was part of the backpack days where you could grow and take your shit to the dispensary. But I got to skip all that kind of got lucky and blessed and got to go be part of that guy's dispensary, and then I watched that get taken away because we weren't going to pay for the licensing and all the bullshit.
I definitely miss the backpack days. In fact, there's still hate for the backpackers. There's still fucking hate for the backpackers. Oh, my favorite, I still like when I go to uh a lot of these festivals, uh I still carry a backpack. Still like my preferred method to tote the shit that I need to tote. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
And the people at the events, a lot of times you can still hear the murmur, fucking backpackers, backpackers. And a lot of days, because a lot of days today, the backpacker has a different stigma, I guess, but same but different. They
Yeah.
know, they know, they know you have weed in the backpack. But today the difference is you're probably not selling your weed in the backpack. You're just not buying their weed, because of the
Yeah.
backpack. So today it's a different. Back then it was, I don't know, backpack was a good thing, and some people didn't want to see the backpack because they knew it wasn't necessarily making it to market or whatever. But yeah, backpack is still has some stigma one way or another. I miss the backpack days for sure.
Yeah, that was a good time. I think that was when it was fair for all the people, you know what I mean? Those that were smart enough to go get a medical card and play the game. And, it was the way it should have been. If you had extra product that was quality and not full of poop and junk, you should be able to take it to the dispensary and get your share. It costs a lot to run them lights,
A lot of good connections were made though in the backpack days. A lot of,
Yeah.
uh, we were talking about that shit the other night. How identifiable we were with one another with the backpacks. Back
Yeah.
in the day. You just knew that person was growing weed or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, you did. No, you did. I bought it at the grow shop too, like an idiot. I had the black one that supposedly kept all the smell out. It was like a little black, like briefcase almost looking. No,
Oh,
duffel
I've
bag.
got I've got my original one right here. Oh,
No,
I can't even get it out. Yeah, dude.
and
It's
that's what
full of seeds today. And oddly enough, I might even have bought it from shit. The one of the chicks in chat, or I shouldn't say chick, but one of the ladies in chat. But the vault cases, I know what you're talking about. But
Yeah.
what is stupid is they did have the black one.
Yeah.
I bought white for some fucking reason. Like it was gonna be the better choice to like walk out of your fucking truck with like a diamond white case and shit. Yeah. Yeah, this one doesn't stand out any different than the fucking the black one. Sorry about the noise. Yeah.
Awkward, stupidest thing, dude, that I did. You know what I mean?
Oh man, I was right there with you. Don't feel bad.
You know what happened to us one time? We had that dispensary. The freaking dude was ordering lights over off the computer, and they got sent down to this shop down the way. And then we had to freaking pay to get our lights back. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. We have to pay this dude $30 to get our lights back. He's like, yeah, because now he knows. I'm like, fucking pay him. Fucking pay him, man. The shit that would happen when you were doing that, you know what I mean? Just the most unexpected fucking shit, you know? Get a call, oh, the ACs are down, dude. And then I'm down there. I don't know anything about AC. Well, I do now, but I was down there fixing an AC unit. You know what I mean? uh,
I guess this is a fair question. Um, so we've talked about cannabis. Holy shit, that's a lot of hash. I just jumped in it. Let's jump. Okay, I'm going for it though. I'm not pulling it back out.
yeah. Go.
um, so how's your feeling here? Do you see a lot of cannabis related business these days on like, and even at that point, if you somebody calls you in and wants you to like frame out a grow or put an estimate, do you divulge? Yeah, at one point, or you know what I mean? I used to do a little cannabis breeding, or you know what I mean. Cannabis was near and dear to me. Or are you seeing more and more cannabis related businesses?
Not business at all. Actually, today the plumber that I use, we were talking about today, and it came out, and he's a badass. He's one of us. I'm like, we started talking, and I'm like, yeah, super soil, and he's like, that was the best I ever had product wise. But if I did hydro, I could do X amount of yields. And then we got into cocoa, and I told him about how I told you, I use cocoa with soil, and I use teas with super soil. And he was right on point, and he had the same thing as me to say. He was like, it was great in the backpack days, but he's like, once that came to an end, he's like, I got out of it. He goes, it just is better for us to be contractors. I mean, I wish I could take you on a drive and show you the next hill over at the Indian reservation, because I'm around the Indian reservations out here. They have a huge facility that's got 16 greenhouses all lined up with solar lights, and it's all double ended, man. They are just, and that's what it is now. You better have that or you're not competing. So, but I wish, and I'm sorry to cut you off. I apologize, but I wish they would open it back up for the craft. Like the small, like that would be the shizzle, like the small brewery, so to say, the small grower, because that's where the dank is. The dank is in somebody's garage right now.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, man. And I think that's why I really hope for people like yourself to continue what you're doing, because that's 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 what's going to keep cannabis alive, in my opinion, as far as medical reasons, for one. You know what I mean? I think once the large scale comes out, man, they're just gonna try to shove the same old down our throats, and it isn't gonna have the appeal that it once was. You know what I mean? I think it's gonna be more over to their convenience. I think the more and more extracts will be pushed because they won't have to do the dry, the cure, the bud manicure, the trimmers and shit like that. So they're going to really dictate the market in a lot of ways. And I think it's going to be people like yourself that are putting out, some craft strains that are completely different than what's being grown, is going to keep the market wanting craft cannabis, and I think at some point the backpack days will come back. I really do. And it might just be a pipe dream or whatever, but I think the market is gonna fucking shoot itself in the foot, and it will take years to fucking regroup, because once it comes to that scale, the growers on like we're talking about, the craft market, aren't gonna fucking trust the big boys anymore. They're not necessarily gonna go, yeah, Budweiser, I'm not giving you my cut. you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. I feel you on that. We're already there. And you're hitting kind of on a point too. I think we're going to go back there sooner than we want to. I mean, and you use what's his name just said just recently, the big man up in the White House, about wanting to reschedule it and all that. It's not going to reschedule it in any of our favor. And I'm not political. I don't want to go put politics with anybody at all. And I know you're not either. Just want to say that for the chat. I don't go either which way. I don't give a shit. I'm an American, and all I care about is going to work and going home. They're going to make it in their favor. You know what I mean? It'll be like Tylenol or whatever it is, where you can't grow it, but you can go buy it. And I've been told by people before, like, oh, that'll never happen. It's already too out there. Well, what the hell was the drug war, you know?
The drug wars was kind of the, I don't know, man. I've taken heat for this. Is, you know what I mean? I kind
Yeah.
of miss the outlaw days. You know what I mean? There was legality for me, even though I have found other reasons to love cannabis. You know what I mean? There was something about throwing some fucking pounds in your car and fucking, you know what I mean? Making that drop and shit like that, knowing that, you know, looking over your shoulder, knowing that you could be busted, you know, there's an adrenaline rush there, and legality kind of took that out of there for me. You know what I mean? Being
Yeah.
able to throw that briefcase full of fucking weed right in the fucking front seat. Even at that, man, I was like, when I met people like the more and more caregivers who became more and more, you know, outed on growing cannabis, throw that fucking 15 ounces in the front seat there because, you know, that's all we can carry here in Michigan. Our caregivers could carry at one point. But, you know, people would be nervous. And I'd be like,
Yeah.
you know, fucking, it doesn't even take, you know, I'm used to that. Now it's legal. It's, you know, gives a shit. I don't know. But for you too, it took the legalization took some of the fun out of it for you.
It took it the whole thing all the way up to legalization. I just I I know what to expect, you know what I mean? So I saw it coming. I mean, it's just with anything, you know. They'll probably do the same thing with psilocybin, mushrooms and stuff. I mean, if you just follow the history of man, you study prohibition and read about prohibition, and it's the same shit. They use schools to brainwash, you know what I mean, or whatever, to get their message across. They use women getting beat. It was, I mean, read about. And I'm sure you have. I don't mean you directly, but you know, people read about the prohibition stuff. They know what they're doing. They've been studying this shit for a long time. You know, so it's all about money. You know, when it comes down to the end of the day, it's all about money, and that part kind of bums me out. And that's why I'm like, okay, dude, if you want some of my cuttings and you want them here, you can have them. You like them, you like them. You don't. Go. But here it is. You know, that's the way it should be with it. Or it should be like a tomato plant, in my opinion. You know, like a clone should be just a couple bucks. It shouldn't be so scarce and so hard to find that it's worth more than gold. That's crazy.
Well, you know, there's its ups and downs to that. You know what I mean? You know, to put forth
Yeah,
something like we're talking about, you have it's a double-edged sword. I can appreciate you wanting it to be a couple bucks, but in the same aspects, to put out that vision that we both have kind of the level that we've talked about, you've got years into that. You know what I mean?
yeah,
There's a cost of lights, there's a cost of fucking running it, there's a cost of creating it. You know what I mean? Can you put all that into a price? I should that's that's one of the reasons I kind of quit doing the furniture, the custom thing. You know what I mean? The market in like 10, 12 fell out for quality carpentry. You know what I mean? The high dollar shit, you know, the fucking wide trim, the
yeah.
stackable, you know, the beautiful custom woodworking. People didn't want that anymore. They wanted to just the fucking Home Depot fucking 3 trim package. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was disheartening for me. And when it come to uh changing over and trying to take my craftsmanship to another level to where I was gonna just make custom pieces, dressers, tables, shit like that. You know what I mean? It's it's like the artist, the love, the vision that you put into it doesn't transfer into a dollar amount. And when you can't see, to you each piece is, priceless. And then when you have to put a price on it, and you don't get the price, or you know what I mean, it's super disheartening. It did, and it never seemed to equal out what I was putting, the heart that I was putting into it, and the quality. You know what I mean. I never thought I could get out what I was putting into it. So I, it was a tough transition.
Yeah. I did take away from the growers on that. You're right. I didn't mean it to come off that way. What I meant is in this mass production that we have now. You know what I mean? Or like if how the government has taken control of it now. You know what I mean? So I'm saying in the realm they are, because a lot of the clones at the stores. I was talking with another grower over on the other hill. Dude's badass, and you know what I mean. He's an old school badass grower. Dude's probably maybe in his late 50s. So he's put his time in, and he's like, I won't go down to those fucking dispensaries and get a clone. He's like, just come get clones from me if you ever need one. And I mean in that aspect. I didn't mean to take away from all the craft guys and all that stuff. I do apologize.
Personally, I wasn't insulted. I just think that you guys, when you put together, something like that, you shouldn't diminish your worth, I
Yeah,
guess.
I agree. I agree. As you were saying, I started thinking like, dude, yeah, I got time in these clones. Um, it's not. I don't want money. I would. My satisfaction is just giving it to you. You know what I mean? You get a little bit of. Everybody gets to remember a little bit of Subcool as we trade these clones. I think that would just be fucking awesome.
Right on, right on. And I always loved the idea that Sub had there at one point of when he talked about cloning out his gear. Um, he wanted to, be a bigger part of it, and that he wanted to see it like almost papered. Your clone came papered, you know what I mean? Official Subcool has fucking checked out this facility, and I have, these are pheno selections that I was a part of, and each one is something that I can stand by. That this is Subcool approved pheno. You know what I mean? And this, it came with a little bit of credibility, not necessarily somebody that is clone, clone, clone. I like the idea of it coming with a stamp of approval. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it's definitely a signature. You know what I mean? And they all had like a resemblance of some sort. You could tell there was a touch there from whatever male or female he selected.
And even that, like I kind of talked about on the proprietary end there, I'm hoping that would become that I'm hoping that transfers to both seed and clone. As I was just kind of talking about, if it's proprietary to you, then now I transfer over to the clone. Now, did you get it from the breeder? Is it that, what I mean, has
Yeah,
some paperwork to it? you
yeah,
know I really like that. I think it would slow down the cannabis, the muckery that we see kind of being thrown out there for the ones and dones and stuff like that. I think people will strive to produce something that they'll want to be remembered for, and something that it'll slow down the repeatability of people trying to, you know, recreate it. Or I think it will slow down the breeding just for hypes. I see that a lot. And I don't necessarily, it's a good thing for maybe somebody that but I think in time it'll be just the same thing, you'll be chosen for validity, you know what I mean? Not necessarily oh yeah, it's got XX and then I bought it for that reason, so it's gotta be good. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it had these two names on it. And even at that, as you kind of talked about, what was their selection process about? Did they get those X and Y from, were they clones? Were they certified clones of X and Y? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that excellent genetics should be there, or was it something that they hunted out themselves and this is the best pheno selection that they found each way and then went working for? Then none of that is put forth in the seed packs anymore, you know told where, so I don't know, it's all hype. They're all putting just names on to get you to buy because of the names.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'll be honest with you too, because it happens if they don't stop crossing, like how everybody just keeps crossing. Well, they're not even crossing; it's out crossing. Actually, if you just keep out crossing, you're just going to hybridize the strain. So it's like all those people out there that are crossing this with this and that, are out crossing this with that and that and that and doing this and that. By the time like years go by, it's just all going to be a bush. You know what I mean? You have to almost hit the reset button. You literally have to like throw plants outside and let Mother Nature take them for a while to get all those, do open breeding and bring it all back, and then you can start breaking it down. Because that's what happened in the chicken world. There's been breeds just straight lost because of that, because people are just out crossing all the time, and then it's gone and you can't get it back. Think about if they just kept crossing White Widow to Jack Hare and then the G13. Then you take that. If you were to take like little gummy bears, colored gummy bears, and line them up and just keep cutting squares off and putting them there, and then you get down, it would be just like a rainbow. You know what I'm saying? And that would be your genetic pool, just a rainbow mix. So you never know what you get.
So maybe you could help me out here.
Yeah.
As I've talked about breeding, I don't breed, but I'm fucking critical of when I talk breeding or what I expect, from
Yeah.
breeding. And I think I have a terrible fear of like constant indoor breeding. I feel like as it goes forth, we're gonna domesticate the plant and make it more and more susceptible to disease and stuff like that through constant indoor breeding. I think that, and we need some, as you kind of said there, we need some outdoor breeding. So the pressures are there and them tools to fight the environment are in every seed versus, in indoor breeding, those stressors are just only what you've put forth. And if they're constant, then it kind of weakens the toolbox, in my opinion. So do you see that in like breeding, every so often, is like in the roosters there, do domesticated, do you every so often, do you need to throw like feral, a feral chicken in there if there's even such a thing? Oh, you know what I mean? A wild rooster, to kind of bring some stability back, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, so a couple things on that. That's a good question. So in the chicken world, there is such thing as a feral chicken. We're going to get lost down this rabbit hole. I'm going to forget the other things. So you're going to have to come back to this question. I'm telling you, because the rabbit hole just started. Okay, so there's actually things called jungle fowl, and that's where the chicken came from. So yeah, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, the egg came first because the two travelers, I think Spain was the first to get a hold of them, and they used them for fighting, and so they bred them to that, and then so they domesticated them so they could handle them. You know what I mean? In cages. It was their entertainment on boats when they were going across the oceans. So that was breeding, you know, and that was like Charles Darwin and all that stuff. If you read them, and Gregor Mendel and all those breeders, which people wanted to have them killed, you know, because they pretty much were proving evolution, and the churches weren't having that. But anyways, now we're getting super lost. So yes, in the chicken world, you could take a feral chicken and breed it into your roosters. So the roosters I have, they're called American Games. You know, it at one time it was what they was on those ships, what they fought at one time. So we have they are kind of feral already in a sense. Okay, so now we got that handled, the history of the chicken. So there's my rant on that. Okay, so now on the breeding aspect, no, I would never bring in anything outside and ever breed it into my gene pool, ever. Nothing. If I was going to do that, I would create what we call a subline, right? Remember, you have 3 lines to keep your gene pool going so it never runs out of genetic diversity. You're just looking for subtle variations within your family. So we have the 3 lines, and I'm doing this right now. I brought in another guy that has the black spurs because they win the like the poultry shows. You know, my daughter wins pretty good with them when she shows them at the fair. So I want to breed that into this line that I have. So I bought one. So I'm going to breed him into one of the 3rd hens and create a new family out of that. They're going to start, and then I'm going to start that 3rd family that I lost out of that 1st family. I'll just create another one from one of the brothers or sisters that I'm going to breed this year, and that'll replace that 1, 2, 3. And then you have the 4th line that we call a subline, and I'm going to work that. I'm going to select what I want out of that. I'm going to brother sister cross again, see what's in that. It's going to show me everything. And remember this, you can relate this to cannabis too. So right now we're doing this with cannabis, right? We just bred in a Jack Hare. We have a super Pluto Doodle Haze that we just love, and we just bred in a Jack Hare into it. And now we want to keep our strain, but we want to add that Jack Vigor height, right? Jack Vigor just explodes in flower. So you would create that 3rd line, and then you would select your standouts in that 3rd line, breed them back. And usually what happens when you do this, it's happened before with my mentor. When you breed them back and you get that where you want it, you almost discourage this other line, and that becomes your new line because it's so good. So then you could breed that into your line and work it, and now you know everything that's in that, and you never exposed it to your genetics. You get what I'm saying? By the time you brought that in to breed into your genetics, you've already worked through that and got all the bugs out, all the stuff you don't want out of there. You bred away from it. It's still in there, but you bred away from it. So now when you come back into your family, though, you need to be a little careful because, yeah, you just bred that and you worked it, but there might be some dominant or recessives in there that you know what I'm saying? Because it's still 2 different families. So you want to breed that in on one family, test that breed out, and then keep going. There you go.
Well, thank you for straightening that out.
Yeah. So what was the question again? Because I had 2 other points I wanted to talk about that were, to me.
Well, basically, with cannabis, will indoor breeding make it weakened? So do you every so often do you have to throw the feral in there, the wild card? You know what I mean?
So on the outdoor breeding part, and remember you asked me earlier who are some of the greats that I look up to. Franco from House Seeds would be one of them. And Franco said, if somebody wants to go find the interview, go find it. It's on YouTube. But Franco said that you use indoor for scientific and you use outdoor to see the true plant. Like you said, the stressors. Well, yeah, stressors are going to bring out genetics within the plants, right? I mean, you stress the plant out, that's environment's going to change the way the plant is versus it being in a perfect environment. That would work like people. You and me, we're outside, we're framing all day, we're building houses, we're tan. Our cousin who looks just like us, you know what I mean, from down in Arkansas, he's in an office working all day and he's pasty white. That would be that like that. So yeah, I agree that you want to use both. I think you should definitely use both. You should use indoor for more detailed finding out what you want to find out about it, and actually like, because you know, if flowers different indoor, it's just a better looking. But if you really want to see what's in it, throw it outdoor and treat it like shit.
Awesome point of view there. For sure gives me a lot to think about. Yeah.
Yeah.
And definitely, I do really think there's a lot to the importance for outdoor breeding there. You know what I mean? Almost like, I don't know, we're culturing the weaker side of cannabis. You know what I mean? We might be picking for the wrong reasons when we necessarily we let them go. You know what I mean? It may just be that, we right now we may be choosing, as far as like males go, and we kind of pointed out, the closer internodal spacing and shit like that, to where in nature, the plant, the one that we might be hauling for might be the bigger, badder, you know what I mean? The tall motherfucker that stretches up to be 8 feet and shit like that.
Yeah.
Might be throwing out the shit that it actually, the stronger gene, I guess, the stronger structure, shit like that.
I will say with that Jack's cleaner I have, when it's outside and you don't top it, it's fucking to the moon, dude. it's you know what I mean? It gets those Christmas tree branches, but it's a sativa, so it's like.
What is what is your flower time on that bad boy?
I'm still flowering on one right now, and you know what I mean. That's been going since. Oh my god! I think I threw those out late May, June. But they went through hell, dude. I went through Italy. Oh, I went to Italy this summer, and the person that was watching my house decided that they weren't going to water the plants anymore because it was too hot. So I was lucky to even have some plants. You know what I mean? I came home and was just like, like right on, cool. And if you ever had to re-wet cocoa, that just sucks. You know, it's almost impossible.
Well, hopefully, good reasons took you to Italy, but what took you to Italy? I guess when it's supposed. Did you have fun? Was it cannabis? Oh man, I got a few
Oh, yeah.
questions. Is there what was the cannabis like in Italy? If you could
All
find
right.
it.
Good question. Good question, man. So there is cannabis there, but they call it cannabis light, and they're still in the early ages of legalizing, right? It's accepted there. I saw dudes smoking weed when I was at Venice. There was a dude, like a construction worker, and you could tell he was on his break sitting on his phone. And the construction over there is a trip. We should get into that later. But he's just sitting there smoking, and they smoke like a spliff, at least from what I saw. Okay, so the trip started in Rome, and we were walking through Rome, going to some place, because in Rome, in Roma, that's what they call it, Roma. In Roma, you walk everywhere. I mean, yeah, and it's beautiful. It's cool. A lot to see there. Beautiful trees. And then I passed by a place that had a marijuana sign. It was called Cannabis Amsterdam. And I was like, fuck yeah. So my wife gave me some money, you know what I mean? Just pulled out the money because over there everything's euros, you know what I mean? I don't understand that shit. I don't want to deal with it. So just give me what I can spend and I'll go get some shit. And you go in there and it's all hemp. It's all under the skies of hemp. So they're doing like Delta 8s and stuff. You know what I mean? How they do that. and then they're like putting everything in hash. Like they have, it's all wannabe of everything we have. Like they have moon rocks, but it's like, you can tell it's like brown weed with like brown hash on it. So I bought some, and this is where paranoia will destroy you. I go back to the hotel room and I roll up a joint, and I walk out my hotel room and I'm sitting there and I'm smoking a joint. It had to fucking just reek, you know what I mean? And you're in a foreign country and some dude walks by and doesn't speak any English. And he's like, oh, like basically I could tell he's telling me that shit's garbage. And he points at it and he goes, I have hash. I have hash. And I'm like, fuck, okay, I just blew myself up. I know as the weed smoker here. Basically, I didn't want to smoke anymore when I was over there. You know what I mean? I didn't feel comfortable. But then when we got to, so I got rid of that weed because it was just garbage anyways, and I had my experience. And then we went to Florence, and when we got to Florence, there's a fucking vending machine, dude. You can buy weed out of a vending machine. Yeah, cannabis light, you know, but it's hemp. And then down the street, and Florence is really cool. It's all big, tall marble buildings, you know, and with all these shopping, it's like San Francisco if you've ever been there, but tighter. You know what I mean? You're not really going to drive a car through anything. But so down the street from the vending machine was a skateboard shop where they had like a silhouette of Tony Hawk, and it was the only skateboard shop in pretty much all of Italy, I think. And then right up that was like a cannabis shop, and you could go buy hemp plants and everything. So they're moving forward, but it's going to be heavily regulated.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, I would have followed the guy with that. Just he would have had me at hash. You know what the good stuff is. I will follow you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's awesome that they're at least making some strides over there. You know, you got to
Yeah.
start somewhere.
Yeah.
So, what were some of the cool shit you seen in Italy, man? That'd be pretty awesome.
So
To go.
Rome, you get to see all the old school church stuff, you know, the Catholic and Christian stuff. And it's religion is deep there, you know, so you see all that. I left a lot of stuff out about the trip because, long story short, I ended up getting COVID really bad, like real bad. You know what I mean? So that I had to play that part out. So we ended up getting stuck in Italy because we were supposed to be on a cruise, and then we got kicked off the cruise. So it was like part of the most of the trip. I just wanted to get the hell home. You know what I mean? And then so I made the best of it. But yeah, there's a lot, dude. It's beautiful there. The I don't know if you're familiar with California, like the rolling hills and the trees and all that. Like Northern California area. It looks like that, but green, just tall green grass everywhere, just big trees. They're not oak trees. They're like these, I forgot what kind of trees they are, but they're just huge, massive trees everywhere, you know? Really beautiful country.
I wish and hope to see some Northern California at some point. I'd love to see like the old sequoia trees and shit like that that are 100 years old. It'd be pretty awesome.
It's awesome. I've been to the bottom of like General Grant, the sequoias and all that, and the redwoods. You drive through them. It's worth going, even if you have to fly, you know? And probably the same thing in Michigan. It's probably worth flying over there to go see stuff and go fishing and all that too.
Oh yeah, we definitely have some fun stuff to do here in Michigan. This time of year ain't no I think we hold our own right now during the fall. You know, we have a diverse, amount of trees, different species and shit like that right now. And to roll up a couple joints and hit them back roads and watch the Michigan fall colors is amazing right now.
Yeah, I could dig that. You know what I mean? Like a nice little Toyota 4x4 or something and a couple joints.
Oh yeah, that's a good drive.
Yeah.
radio blaring with your favorite tunes.
Oh, and I've always had in my Yodas, I always had like fucking 212s or something ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, man. You gotta have tunes in your truck, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say this, dude. If people in chat are from San Diego, they definitely see me fucking. If they're all into those trucks, they definitely have seen me around San Diego. You know what I mean? Because it's just like the weed nerds. It's a tight network, or at least it used to be back in the day before it was. You had to build your own shit. You know what I mean? So we all kind of knew each other, like who had what truck and all that. You know, it's fucking fun. Lots of fun.
A lot of work, a lot of money goes into that shit, no doubts. No doubts. You never get what you get out of it, put into it, and it's easy to bust that shit. And then you can fuck some shit up really fucking easy on a fun night. It'll all being fun too.
Yeah. You don't get shit back. You don't get. That's why I started building my own. So like the Toyota kits, like it's total chaos. It's like the big dog. By the time you're all said and done, it's like a $20,000 front end, just the front end, just the suspension. You get that little truck, you're looking close to $70,000 easy. You know what I mean? If you want a nice built truck that you trailer out there. But yeah, you're right, man. That shit just breaks. The best thing I ever did was get out of that shit, sell it all off, which you lose all of your money. You know what I mean? And your wife, and you're just, here you go, honey, go buy yourself something. You know what I mean? And then the best thing I ever did was buy just this little dune buggy one time, you know, because we wanted something for the kids to go out to the desert in and all that. So I just went and, oh, I didn't even buy it. What did I do? Oh, I traded work for it. I was like, hell yeah, I'll frame this. The guy wanted a big, tall RV garage. I'm like, hell yeah, I'll frame it. And then it led into more. And by the time we're done, we just, here, have this buggy. So I just played with that. And that was the best thing ever. Super simple and stupid. You know what I mean?
Oh, you brought up something that's I think's funny. Between and you may or may not agree with this, but between cannabis and carpentry skills, man, I have bartered for a lot of shit in my life. I definitely traded some sets, some work, or some bud. Uh fucking for shit my day. It's funny you talking about trading like that. That's fucking bad.
Hell yeah, dude. Stand up jet skis. I got all into stand up jet skis and started trading bud and shit for all these pieces of shit stand up jet skis. You know what I mean? Thinking I was going to fix them and sell them. And you know, I don't know if you wrench on motors or anything, but those motors are just like, oh, fuck. They're just gasket heaven. It's like, it's not one solid block. It's like three different blocks with all these gaskets and O-rings. So by the time you get done with it, you're just like wasting your time. You know what I mean?
I'm 100% sure I've never wrenched to the level that you wrench, but I'm not afraid to fix my own shit. I do know my way around a motor and shit like that. And as far as doing it these days, busting my knuckles isn't nearly as much as fun as it used to be, man.
I'm right there with you, dude. Yeah. I change my oil and do like that kind of stuff now, but I'm not ripping motors out of cars no more. You know what I mean?
Dude, I love you know I'm not afraid to laugh at myself. So I have no fucking no problems in telling you this story. It's stupid. But again, back to the I should be fucking just let it give it up. You know what I mean? I like to I'm still like to work on red on and shit, but man, I can make it hard difficult on myself. So not so long ago, I fucking decided I'm gonna fucking change the shocks in my truck. So I fucking get under there, and of course, of course, I'm growing weed and everything that I could probably work on my truck in. So I'm forced to do it out in the driveway there. So I climb under there and fucking working on this one shot, and I fucking I break this bolt loose, and it wouldn't break loose. So I go in and I grab my 3 foot breaker bar, half-inch breaker bar, and I'm reefing on this bolt. And this motherfucker breaks. It actually broke. After I come to, I realized that the bolt broke. That fucker snapped because I had my feet like on the fucking tire. You know what I mean? So got my fucking legs into it. I've got my upper chest, and I'm like, come here, motherfucker. And that fucker broke. And when it broke, sat back, and I fucking hit the back of my head on the springs and fucking knocked myself out. I don't know how long I laid under that truck. I woke up, I had a fucking gash out the back of my hand. Oh, fuck, working on these vehicles. Why do I still do this? Oh man, but yeah, fuck yeah. I don't appreciate working on cars anymore.
Yeah, I don't
Shit
either.
happens.
It's not fun at all, But that's why I think it comes with age. Just keep it simple, stupid, right? Keep it simple.
No, not me. Not me. I always find there's a bigger bar to break that. You know what I mean? You can you can put another 2 feet, 4 foot bar on whatever, uh, break it. But I always found it saws off some shit, make my problem worse.
Put some heat on it or some shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's fucking.
Uh, yeah. So I guess did you used to race those trucks? I mean, obviously you gotta put that kind of money and time into something. You gotta be doing something with it.
It's just a hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah. The we were called. Pretty much everybody calls us desert rats. It's just the way it is. It's a big thing out here. I mean, guys buy those Can-Am cars that cost $30,000, $40,000. You go to Glamis, dude. I'm not joking. It's big money, dude. It's big money. You go out there, and those dudes have sand cars that are $120,000 cars. They're pulling it with a freaking $200,000 motorhome and a $60,000 trailer. You know what I mean? I'm not joking. It's like when you go to Havasu, it's the same thing. Big ass fucking rich boats. But then here comes me and my family and my average person boat. You know what I mean? And we're happy as could be, dude. So I don't go to Glamis that much, and it's dangerous because now I'm just on 2 wheels on a dirt bike, and those cars are screaming 1,000 horsepower and shit. And those bulls are sick. I mean, you get inverted. You'll be on a bull screaming, and you're tapping fifth gear to keep going. And then you'll look over and be like looking down on the next car, and then you got to transition into the next one, and you can't see coming into it. So you want to go on a small weekend.
Sounds like a fun time, man.
It's a fucking blast, especially on 2 wheels because you're free. You know what I'm saying? If you don't like what's going on over here, I'm just going to go right here. You're not sitting passenger. You're not stuck with a bunch of other cars. Yeah. And pound for pound, I have a KX 450, I smoke those fucking $200,000 buggies. I've been in the bulls with them, and they've tried to get around me, and I just downshift, and you're gone. That's a pretty badass feeling.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's scary though, 'cause you know what I mean? You're all lined up and you're all, I have a picture, and if I ever come back on, you remind me, I'll get it, where we're all lined up on this hill. I'm not joking. It was a big group of us. And you look this way and it's like 10, 15 bikes. You look that way, it's the same thing. And then behind us was a couple buggies, and it was like, it reminded me of like the old dirt bike races in Baja. It was like, whoa, we all just mashed down. But it was all like a tranquil chaos, you know what I mean? It all came together and everybody lined up. And then whoa, we hit the whoops and started doing our bowling, you know.
That's an amazing feeling right there too, man. That moment, that tranquil chaos, as you call it.
Yeah, you know, it's like everybody's fucking knows, they just, everything's coming together, dude, and everybody just does their thing. Yeah, it is. It's pretty cool. There's a couple times where you find that, and for me, I found the heaviest time I found it, and you know what I'm saying, where things go quiet and you're just in your whatever you want to call it, the zen,
The
whatever,
zone, yeah.
ripping on the surfboards, man. When you drop in, it's just like it just gets quiet. It's like I can't make the sounds because all you're hearing is the wave and the energy. You know, especially when you're on a good one. I don't like huge waves. I think it's stupid. I like head high is perfect. You know, just a nice. You just that is where life goes quiet for however long you're on that.
Jealous is all I can say to that. I've never surfed, but that's always one thing I've wanted to try right there. Surfing and skydiving, those two right there. I've bungee jumped, but I've never skydived. But that's I could see that happening in the next year or so for sure.
Yeah.
I ain't giving up on that one. I'm not. I can still see that one happening. To be honest with you.
You can do the tandems, you know, where you just go pay and have homeboy freaking go nuts. What's that? Butt to nuts with them and jump out of a plane. You can go that route. On the surfing thing, you ever snowboarded? Because for me, man, snowboarding's like pretty close. I love that. Just
No, on the snowboarding. No.
don't you guys have mountains?
Yeah, we got some pretty good hills. Well, no, I wouldn't call them mountains, but we got some pretty good hills here. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, like I guess, in all honesty, the time that that really kind of kicked off, uh like life came into play, serious amount kids and shit like that. So,
Yeah.
money to go snowboarding and shit like that was is either or at that point. So yeah, even to this day, I could have probably went by now, you know what I mean? But I don't know, life, doing different shit, you know what I mean? Different people, I guess. But uh, I'm still, I think, you know, I could take it to these days. I think I'd try, all right, opportunity game. I'd try. I'd be willing to risk the personal injury to have some fun. Let's say play hard.
I would do the sky. I would do the skydiving first, and then you don't have to risk the personal injury because if that one's personal injury, you just get splat, right? So you don't have to worry about it. Nothing to. That's one I want to do too. So that's the way I look at it. Like, hey man, if things go wrong, cool. I got nothing to lose.
I gotta stick to one fucking muting method. Either the Zoom click or the mic click, because I keep confusing which one I have muted. But from what I'm told, and I can see it from the bungee jumping. I may be glad that I waited till a little bit later in life because I guess like that adrenaline feeling, from the parachuting it can be quite addicting, and just like any other thing, you know what I mean? Once
Yeah,
you've hit that level of high of adrenaline rush, where the fuck do you go from there to, replicate that? Is it, where, higher, further, more dangerous, you know? Uh you just don't stop there, you know what I mean? You get, because that isn't high, man. First time I went bungee jumping, man, that fucking, well, it was a weird all the way around, there's, yeah, I was high as shit. I told this story the other day, man. I was like on a hit and a half of that fucking acid when I went bungee jumping the first time. But when I fucking thought about that instant there for damn near a month, man, that adrenaline rush would come back, and man, that all day, it'd be like fucking you just maxed coffee all day trying to, just the thought of it. And
yeah.
every time after that, man, that high, that adrenaline high was, so I can't imagine, that actual, you know, leap out of a plane. That's got to be a fucking adrenaline max.
Well, as for being younger, if you're like me, it probably leads to more plane jumps. You know what I mean? More dangerous shit. You know. But what's that saying? Spend your money on dangerous shit that'll kill you. You know. Or no, be a man. Spend your money on shit that'll kill you.
Right on. Right on.
Yeah.
True that. True. Yeah, I definitely love some fun shit. I've broken a lot of shit. I'm not afraid to play hard. Every time they unfortunately put me back together, they've, man, you're pretty fucked up for your age.
I'm gonna slow down, man. You know. Uh, I have a buddy of mine that he went real hard on the dirt bikes. You know, and he's fucking literally held together by metal, like just all certain parts of them. And he's fucking hating it now. You know, and we're only in our 40s, man. But he fucking went big. You know, I watched that dude throw himself from mountain to mountain. You know,
I've had my left leg, actually, there's tattoos covering it now. And I've had a lot of scars on that leg. But at one point I had the foot peg from my bike uh fucking go right through that leg. Fucking, and then end over, and fucking accident. Fucking come through, fucking four jumps right there. And I come out of this corner just fucking ripping, kick it down, and I hit that first one. I was planning to double jump on, you know,
yeah,
2 and 2. No, it didn't work out that way. I hit that first one. I looked down, fucking, here's the second one. I'm like, oh shit. I look down. There's fucking third one. I come down with my front wheel on the fucking peak of the fourth jump there, and fucking just and bike come around and just kind of just tabletopped onto my leg there, and that foot peg went right through my calf. And fucking fuck that shit all up. So that was the end of my like real racing days. Although I still like to play on dirt bikes, but yeah, fuck all that these days. But yeah, I have some scars from, you know
yeah.
playing. That same leg I've chainsawed twice.
No,
Yeah, at the knee. It was actually the last part of my body to be tattooed, because I just had this kind of like premonition that I was gonna lose it. It was like fucking, I put money into it, and you know,
yeah.
fucking, I actually has
You got to
I
slow
used
down.
actually, the worst injury to that leg out of all everything that I've done to that thing was from uh carpentry and crafts, or building shit, reclaiming shit from jobs. And
Yeah.
I can't remember where I got the glass from, to be honest with you, looking back. But I claimed some glass out of some stuff that I had fucking worked on, and I had panels of glass against the garage door there. And I come home and my nephews were playing basketball, kind of bumping that door. And I'm like, hey, you guys gonna take it easy. Let me go in there. And they said, don't tell the glass story. Yeah, bumped it. And man, I ended up fucking cutting my leg multiple times from
Yeah.
grabbing like the taller pieces of glass and not realizing that there was smaller ones that they fucking, yeah, fuck me up. I did it not once but twice. The first time it laced me open super deep, and that one you can still see through the tattoos, because
Oh,
that area it's so scar tissue it doesn't take ink. Well, I have to have it good, so I have to go in and have them. And but it took out a whole like triangle, and I dumped liquid skin in there, and it was healing to what I thought. Then like 2 weeks later, I fucking do the same damn thing.
oh, the same
Grab
leg.
same leg, same leg, same everything, man. I'm like, grab the bigger panels, smaller ones tip over. But this time, instead of like the corner, that's what they got me the first time, was the corner of one of the glasses just went in and just took out a big hunk of the leg. But the second time, they fell over and went right across the shin and just laid the whole fucking front of my shin open and shit. Oh yeah, fucking I had to go in, and then the doctor's like looking at the triangle full of fucking liquid skin, and it's like what is this? I'm like, yeah, I don't like doctors and shit. Cannabis, you know what I mean? They're like, yeah, you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, I damn near lost that thing. And in the end, man, that where it went across the shin there, I had a bad area where it wouldn't heal, and it actually like teared for like 6 months. And they tried everything, man. They went in and cut the whole area out several times, and they were like, if this last thing, they were like, if this don't work, man, you're gonna. But yeah, they never figured it out if it was, that was their initial thought, was maybe there was something on the glass, some kind of shit that they never knew. That last fucking plastic surgery, when they went out and they took out a large area, the whole, and then some, and then split my leg and turned it and
Really?
shit. Yeah, no shit. I'm working for myself at this point.
Yeah.
And yeah, all this shit was like not covered. And yeah, I fucking, oh man. Yeah, crazy story.
Yeah.
But luckily that spinal surgery took even crazier to end to this. As I look up at his, I see Paul, I thankfully you survived. I actually died. If you can believe this,
What?
died on the fucking table during the last surgery, from a bad anesthesiology. Fucking like, basically in the end I found this out. They would basically overdose me and
Holy.
fucking yeah. Yeah. It was what, a minute and a half that I was like flatlined, and during this process of getting fixed up during the leg injury and shit. But yeah, fucking almost lost that leg. Fucking died. All from a dumbass fucking not once, but twice. Incident with the same fucking glass.
Dude, it'll get you, dude. I mean, yeah, I've done some stupid shit in my day, you know what I mean? In a dump trailer with my kid, picking up glass like an idiot, and it breaks and fucking just, yep. Yeah, stupid shit. So now I do try to be safe conscious and tape that shit up and all that, but sometimes, hey man, and I work for myself too, so sometimes you gotta go. You know what I mean? Money's gotta be made. We're gonna just run this 6-foot ladder and cantilever this 2x12 over to that other little spot over there off that tree, and that'll be my plank.
You gotta tell me how you broke your back, man.
It was fucking stupid. Well, obviously years of doing this, right? I always played the hero, and I'm a smaller guy, so I shouldn't have been picking up big heavy walls all the time and trying to be the superstar framer. But what finished it off is I was working for a decking company, and they just straight pissed me off. And there was this huge 6x12. I think it was like a 14-foot 6x12. And I was fucking pissed off. And I'm the main foreman there and all that. And I was all fucking mad. So I just picked it up myself. I just fucking raw dogged it, threw it up on my shoulder, carried it. And my work truck was like a big F450, you know what I mean? Big old flatbed. It was already full of material. And I literally just went, fucking reach back. Like right there, that little lean right there, I could feel it. You know what I mean? I just reached back and I fucking yard guarded that thing on the truck like an idiot. And when I got home, I got out of the truck and I could feel it. You know what I mean? And it was weird because I felt bow-legged. I felt like for some reason my legs were bow-legged, man. And then I still wasn't smart enough to put 2 and 2 together and just kind of iced it and healed up. And then I went to Havasu. It was wakeboarding. And when I went to jump wake to wake, bink, you know what I mean? It was it. It was like either I finally pinched that nerve or, oh my God, yeah. So basically what I have is like, you know, the squishy stuff in your spine. My spine is like this, and the squishy stuff is out. So I'm pretty much, if I don't keep up on all my yoga and all that, I'm bone to bone.
Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yeah, the yoga, if you like decompress that, let the fluids kind of get back in there, helps by a little time, right?
Yeah. It just keeps you comfortable, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I have a futon out here. I'm in my office. And sometimes I'll be out here just watching your show, no joke, just baking and baking. And then I wake up in the morning and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna feel it. And you definitely feel it. And it's hard to get up and all that, you know what I mean? It takes a little bit. So basically it's better if I sleep like on a piece of plywood. But it's the nature of the trade, you know. I chose to be a carpenter, so, and I chose to pick up heavy walls and do that. So that's what you get, you know.
It definitely it wears on you for sure. Uh yeah, I definitely owe a shoulder to the carpentry trade there. Full day of pushing sheets, a bunk and a half.
Yeah.
And the end of the day, I went to throw the extension ladder in the basement, half wall. So you basically throw the ladder in, jump down, move the ladder over to the wall, you know, a safe spot. And went to push myself out of the half basement and fucking it popped. And I didn't, I took note of it but didn't, you know, same shit as you were talking. Dumbass went home and it fucking I used to I fucking tough this out. Yeah, it's fucking 6 months later, I fucking couldn't even fucking move it. It hurt to come home and just set it on the fucking table. And
Yeah.
at that point, they fucking yeah, same shit, man. Same shit as every fucking injury like this, man. They go in and they're like, "Yeah, dude, we went in and you were like way worse than we anticipated." So you ended up with a couple hooks in the shoulder blade, man. By the time where I initially started here with the pop, and then by not taking care of it, the muscles compensated and shit. By the
Yeah.
end of it, yeah, all of them in the back off my shoulder blade had come loose from the shoulder blade and were knotted up. And they had to go in and put fucking hooks back there and fucking reattach the muscles and put a pin over here from being a dumbass, continue to work on it. Shit. Yeah. So yeah, at some point I would actually like to just sit through and look at my medical history almost like a fucking photo book and be like, oh, I remember that. Jeez, what an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. But that's what happens. Yeah. The muscles start overcompensating and other areas of your body start hurting. And yeah, that's where the stretching and all that comes in. I'm really big on that. I mean, even while I'm working, because when I have my bags on, I put my carpenter bags on. I get like what we call the monkey walk, because you're trying to get the pain off your back. So then, like in between doing things, like I'll just even like I'm just standing there, I'll just start stretching it out.
Best thing I ever fucking uh ever did for myself in the carpentry field, and that's even till today, was to take that weight off my hips and to put it on my shoulders. I got what they call a suspension rig. It almost looks like a German setup, and everything hangs from from your shoulders and it fastens right here. And then like there's like a half belt, but it doesn't fasten around your waist. And man, when I fucking changed over to that rig, my back started hurting, man. It took so much weight, so much bullshit, so much pinch. Because at the end of the day, like you're saying, man, that belt fucking is
Yeah,
crippling, crippling at the end of the day.
yeah,
That that rig, it was like 250 fucking 100 years ago, about 10 years ago. And but man, life saving. If you're gonna be a long-term carpenter, I'll send you pictures of mine, man. It's completely worth the investment, and your back pain will be gone.
yeah.
I'm serious. It's a big game changer as far as back pain and carpentry.
Is it the Occidental leather setup?
It might be. It's
Um,
it's thick leather. It
I got
almost looks like a Dutch rig, almost.
this is what because I run Occidental leather bags, so I ended up buying these. These are the straps, and these hold up my bags.
They look similar to that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 You have.
Yeah.
I know what you have. You have the Occidental leathers too,
Yeah.
but you
Yeah.
got the vest.
No, it's not the vest. It's like just like yours, but
Oh,
it
okay.
has a back piece to that. My hammer goes in the back, so
Yeah. So
it's it's like
these
a
are
half belt
these right
kind of.
here are because I'm skinny. So these go on my hip. Like,
Right on.
you know what I'm saying? And then these go on your shoulder.
And see, yeah, see, for me anymore, that's like I see that as like a true carpenter. You know about that kind of setup right there. You've been around the trades for a minute. Like, yeah, that's awesome.
I'll just put
So
it.
was it as relieving? Was it as big of a change for you as it was for me when you made that switch to that setup?
Yeah. And then I went even further. I bought all the pads. So like my belt now is just like a and it's all Occidental leather material, real nice. The whole setup, I'm not joking, cost me like $500. But it's all like the padded belt, and then on the back it has a little pad for your back, the small part of your back, and then obviously the hip buddies. But yeah, I mean, I wish I would have done that from the beginning instead of going to Home Depot and buying some $20 bags. You know what I mean? I grew up when I got into the trades. The best way for me to put it, because it could be a long story, but I grew up dirt poor. You know what I mean? I mean, dirt poor. Like, I remember going to school wearing my brother's older shoes that were way too big for me, and they seriously ripped in half. So my mom duct taped them back together. You know what I mean? So it was like you either get some or you're going to be poor. So I think I was out in the track, and I don't know if you guys have tracks out there. The tracks is like when they build like a bunch of houses. I straight up lied about my age and told them I was older than I was. I think I was out there at like 16, swinging a hammer. Because my dad also was a finish store guy, so I would get rides out there with him. You know what I mean? And he would sometimes use me to, because back in those days you didn't have doors. You didn't just go to Home Depot and buy like you know what I mean, a door already assembled. So he would pay me to kick in his jams and his headers and spread his shelf and pole and all his trim. And I think at that time I was like maybe 15 when I moved out to California from Arizona. Yeah, I was 15. So I started around when I was like 15, 16.
Definitely, I love the carpentry. Fucking it was freeing. You know what I mean? And then I chose. I love carpentry, but I honestly chose it. It was one of the ways I could continue to use cannabis and make a living. And I like the travel of it too. I still love working in different locations. I'm always grateful for that. Between this and I cut trees before I dove deep into the uh the carpentry side of things.
Yeah.
But the being in a different spot all the time always appealed to me. Being out in the sun every fucking day, is fucking something awesome as well. Good days at the construction sites.
You remind me of a story I wanted to tell you earlier on. When I was piecing the plating, like I was telling you on the jobs, you know, it kind of ran like almost like a business for me. I mean, I was making close to 2 grand a week at times. There's a time where I wanted to take my a girlfriend of mine up to like Yosemite. So I just banged out. I just worked till dark every day. I just banged out a shitload of houses, but I didn't turn them all in. I freaking turned in like a week's worth, a week's worth, a week's worth, a week's worth. And I think I had like 20 or 18 houses stacked up. So then they had to fucking pay me. Like it was like my vacation pay. Cause in construction, you didn't get vacation pay back in the day. You didn't get that. If you got that, you had a badass job. You were like the superintendent or something. So anyways, moving back, I got going there, moving back. So I'm pulling up into the job. I'm the piece worker plater. I own it. You kind of get an attitude like you're king shit. That's where I was getting with, like, you run it like a business. So you become one of a kind, right? Because you figured out how to haul ass. So you can go into this track, bang it all out. The foreman's stoked. He's ahead of schedule because the foreman gets a bonus if they come in ahead of schedule. Because as a contractor, I shoot for 20% of my bid. You know what I mean? So the company's shooting for 20% of the bid. And if you can get above 20% of the bid, you're making more money. So you become kind of a commodity. And I remember one time rolling in like you are, I'm smoking a fucking blunt in my truck. Oh, and I remember the strain too. It was fucking White Widow crossed with Big Bud. It was totally horrible. Just fucking mid-grade weed. You know what I mean? I think I got that from like Female Seeds or something. Anyway, so I'm rolling in and I have a black Chevy blacked out windows, step side. And I put it on 20s and it's fucking on the ground, you know what I mean? So you just stand out. Foreman knows when you're pulling in. And I swear he did this shit on purpose. So I pull in, I put the blunt out, drive in. Oh, Robbie walks up to my window, and he's Hispanic, but not total Hispanic. You know, he's doesn't have an accent, but so he rolled down the window, and he's like, "Chase, the fuck you doing?" And then the smell rolls out and hits him, and he literally just fucking turned around and walked away. And I just fucking drove over and just got to work, and nothing was ever said. So yeah, that's definitely why I fucking have done construction, because I can do that shit. You know what I mean? You can get away with a lot.
I was actually fucking roofing about a month ago, and hanging from the harness, and fucking rope, fucking head joint just like this in my mouth, fucking hanging from that shit. No, owner comes around, looks up, oh, like, good afternoon. Like, good afternoon to you. Didn't say nothing to her. I walked away. Uh-huh. Sometimes you have to multitask there. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's definitely been the freedom of the trade, you know, and that correlates with cannabis, you know, and our lifestyles and opening doors, like you were saying earlier, how it kind of it does open doors. You know, think about the life it's provided you with that. It's it's kept me away from places I wouldn't want to work. Versus like if I was younger and I never started smoking, I probably would have gotten a corporate job. You know, and I was actually headed down that. I actually, for a minute, I worked at Taco Bell for a minute, and then I went and worked at one of those places where they call you and try to collect their debt. Some guy talked me into it, and I had to wear like a suit with a tie and all that bullshit, and go have a meeting and get the job. You know what I mean? And I probably, who knows what that would have led to. But I got the hell out of there and got into carpentry. You know.
You know, I think about it. It's weird how this plant we use as like I'm sorry for cutting you off. A judgment of character, and we've used it on like job sites as like basically, you know, a bonding tool as well. You know,
Yeah.
uh, cannabis, we use cannabis in a lot of ways, and I've actually, as I kind of hinted earlier, man, when the one mentor, one of my wood mentors there, yeah, if you don't get high, you don't get high. He always used that as a measure of like, and it worked out too. I honestly, funny shit, awesome dude, a lot of respect for Mr. Carr. And
Yeah, you definitely hit. You're like, there's always that one of a kind mentor. You know what I mean? And that was the guy that signed for my license. He was a one of a kind, 70 years old out there, just him and I. I mean, he was keeping up. You know what I mean? Actually, let me put it the other way around. I was trying to keep up with him. I'm not joking. But it comes with knowledge. It comes with not wasting steps. You know what I mean? Not picking up wood you don't need to pick up. Not. I mean, the guy just had just a way about building. Like we did the siding on his house, and instead of snapping all these stupid lines and starting with the razors, we snapped our first line. You know, our control line. Boom, it's level. And then you just made little wood jigs. Boom, 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 boom. You just slam them, and they fit right in bags. Good to go. You know. I think, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I think today's generation would go buy that thing that hangs, you know, and all these fancy little hangers and shit instead of just coming up with something real quick. Gets the job done.
yeah, it ain't the same. I love a good jigs myself, man. Anything to save me a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Learned a lot about, struggling, most definitely leverage can be your friend. You know what I mean? Don't necessarily muscle when you can use just a longer board to fucking persuade shit. Or,
Yeah, a fulcrum. Let the tool do the work. I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Forgot what I was going to say. Something I forgot. Oh, touch back onto your BMX days. Were you racing ABA? Is that what the American Bicycle Association racing?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did too. Yeah, I loved it. I had a good time doing that.
Those
I actually,
tracks are still open today. I
yeah,
found out the other day, well, in my area, I was surprised that they were still up and running and still doing the same thing because it's been a long time since I've
yeah,
even been in those areas. And I talked to somebody the other day about racing and stuff like that. He's Richfield Park, Davison, Michigan, the track out there in Birch Run. And
yeah.
I'm like, man, that shit, they're still doing it out there. And hell yeah, man, we're still out there every fucking week. And like, oh shit, that's fucking awesome. It's nice to see. It would just kind of warm my heart to, kids are still getting out there and doing that shit. You know what I mean? Sometimes you drive these neighborhoods and you see these desolate streets and see kids not necessarily doing the things that we did and shit. So, it's like, God, man, good, good, good. There still is some normalcy. It's some childhood, I guess.
I enjoyed it. I was lucky enough because I grew up in Arizona for a little bit. I was lucky enough to race at the Chandler one, which was like the headquarters, where it all started. So AKA meaning they had a little bit more money than probably some other places too. So that place was just like well groomed. And I remember they had this like you cut, the starting gate, and you always have a quick roller. It's like a step up, and then usually the tabletop or whatever. And then this one had a berm. And there was like a nice double, and then a bigger double, and then you hit a berm, and you better be cranking speed because it had like almost like a triple, but like step down into this huge bowl, and then you would shoot out to this huge roller step up. Man, that track was bad. But they were set up to the point because the kid that was running it was Lucas Porgio or something like that. His dad owned the place, and he was all into dirt jumping. You know what I mean? King of dirt type of stuff, fuzzy hall type of stuff. And so the track was set up so you could air it. So, I mean, that bowl, you could drop into that bowl and just come screaming out of that step up and just sky it. Throw big old turn downs, big flat tabletops. A lot of fun.
A lot of fun indeed. A lot of
Yeah.
fun indeed.
So
You brought back a lot of fun memories in this episode. A lot of couple ones that were. I hate when I tear up on camera, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? But
yeah, so
definitely been a fun episode for sure.
yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
Oh, shit. I wasn't rushing you off, but I guess it is
No,
that time that I look at the time. Well, it's 4:12.
it is.
It is.
Oh shit, it's late.
Hell yeah. Thank you, my friend, for walking me through the gauntlet. Did you think we'd go the whole
No,
time?
no, I didn't. I thought we were gonna be over by like 12 or 11 on my time.
Well, yeah. Well, I appreciate you hanging out. No, well, you should know a lot of the stuff here. Uh, Basically, that Zoom link that I sent you this
Yeah,
evening is always good for you now. Anytime that you do see a Weed Nerd World, feel free, man. Come hang out, come
yeah,
smoke with us. Monday nights is for sure Weed Nerd World night. And the rest of them are pretty random, no guest or filler. So
yeah,
as long as it says, We Nerd World, you're more than welcome. And hopefully you will come hang out because we're obviously you smart dude, passionate about your your cannabis and breeding and just your point of view on life, man. Construction, whatever. It's always fun to, talk with somebody new. So hopefully you do come hang out. The thing I need to get from you, my friend, and of course, it is that sound bite. And hopefully you know how that goes. You know how it goes, or do I have to go with that as well?
This is Captain Scrog. You guys are watching Eagle's Garden. This is fucking talking shit. Right?
Right. Yep. Well, Sep, I need you to throw in the episode, which is 741. And if you'd like to throw that all together, I am ready, my friend.
All right, this is Captain Scrog. You guys are watching Eagle Gardens 1, and this is Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 741.
Right on. Hell yeah, my friend. I thank you for hanging out, man. It has been a lot of fun. And hopefully we can cross paths sometime soon.
Yes, sir.
I'm hoping to get out to fucking California sometime in December. And who knows what happens from there.
Well, give me a shout out, dude. I'll meet up.
Right on.
Yeah. Even if it's up north, we plan it right. I'll fucking roll up north.
That would be super awesome, my friend. Super awesome.
So one thing you and Pedro were debating if you should do the shout out at the beginning or the end. And I at first I agreed with the end, but now that I'm so high, it's like but I still think you should keep it at the end, man.
I thank you for that opinion too, man. That's funny because I since I've actually even had opinions that I should get it like prior show, so I could use it like a pre-show advertisement, and then there's the opinion that it should come, right off the cuff. But then I feel like when I feel like on the cuff there right in the beginning, I feel like it's more like business like you're there just for that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I like to kind of ease into it, but I like the end because I like the highness of it. Because some of the best sound bites are the ones where they've just been like, "What? Wait a minute." You know what I mean? The 3 and 4 takes. You know what I mean? That were the best part.
Dude, I forgot the number there at the end. I was just guessing, hoping I was right. But I agree 50-50. Maybe just get them to say their name at the beginning or something to use for an advertising, but still make them do the soundbite at the end.
Right on. Damn it. You know what? I forgot to say. I gotta send you. You gotta fill out the guest thing.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Damn it. Yeah. So the guest thing is for like the website though. I like to keep track of like there is a website, the fucking talking shit with ego website. But there's if you go onto the website and you click on guests, what you fill out as a past guest, like say your picture, the stuff I asked you in the beginning, where can you be found? All that shit can be linked to you through your you know what I mean? So it's kind of like your own little web page to where you can put all your contacts, you can put your bio and shit like that. So when they click on the guest thing, your picture, under Captain Scrog, they click on that and that will link all your contact links and then a list of your episodes. So like if you have multiple lists there, it'd be like he's on this one, this one, this one, and this one, and this one. And you can actually go, there's an option to like binge watch like those episodes in case you wanted to catch up or whatever. So I need to send you that link and please fill that out for me if you could.
Yes, sir. Got it. You're definitely preserving this now, huh? From your experience with the YouTube and all that.
Oh yeah, man. Well, actually,
that's cool.
These days you can actually this shit's found on YouTube. It's found on Spotify, iTunes, and all that shit. And I am backing it up, and currently working on some other projects I don't want to talk about because as soon as you say it is, you know how that shit works.
Yeah,
So,
no, you'll keep it a secret. You'll drop it on us.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, man. You take care.
You too, brother. And one last thank you. You know, time's a valuable thing.
Thank you. It was cool to talk, man. That was something that I should have told a long time ago. You know what I mean?
I appreciate it on multiple levels.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. It was a good time.
So with that being said, with you guys fucking hopefully know the deal by now. Random acts of kindness do save lives. And with that being said, we are out of here. Thank you, Captain Scrog. I look forward to speaking with you again soon, my friend.
Thank you.